Welcome to the July Ordinary Council meeting of Dubbo Regional Council. I advise that this meeting is being streamed live to the internet. All those present should refrain from making any defamatory statements, and upon joining these online meetings you accept the condition that your image may be recorded and streamed to the internet, as well as being retained in the archive of the recorded council meetings and standing committee meetings. I now open the July Ordinary Council meeting, the time being 5:30 p.m. First of all, we'll have the prayer to be delivered by Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Mayor. Let's pray. Thank you, Jesus, for our day. We thank you, Lord, for bringing us together. We ask in tonight's deliberations, Lord, that we indeed would find wisdom, love, compassion and mercy. And I thank you, Lord, for G.K. Chesterton's famous saying, "The true soldier fights, not because he hates what's in front of him, but because he loves what's behind him." In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Next up, we have Councillor Wells to deliver the acknowledgement of country, please.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yuradumara, I'd like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land that we all gather today, which are the Tabaga people of the Wiradjuri Nation, also acknowledging the other clan groups in the area. Would like to acknowledge our elders past, present, and I continue to acknowledge our emerging leaders and pay respects to everybody else here in the room today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have leave of absence. There have been no apologies submitted, and we note that Councillor Ryan is attending via audio-visual link. Conflicts of interest. Do any councillors have any conflicts of interest to declare? Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I believe I have a conflict of interest with item 9.3, and I believe I have a pecuniary significant interest, so I will leave the room.
Thank you. Councillor Toyton.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. At 9.3, I also have a significant pecuniary conflict of interest as I own business in the LGA or have immediate family that operate business. Although it wouldn't affect my decision making, I'll leave the room to remove any perception of a conflict of interest.
Thank you. Further conflicts, councillors? No. Next, we have public forum. I'll now run through the rules of public forum. Each speaker will have a maximum of 5 minutes to speak. When you come forward to speak, please state your name and the item you'll be speaking to. When you have 30 seconds remaining, you'll hear a bell. At 5 minutes, the bell will be rung multiple times, the microphone will be turned off, and you'll conclude speaking. Registered speakers first. Gallery members should refrain from making any disruptive behaviour, including clapping or jeering. I'll now call the following speakers. Mr Greg Kilby on truck yard overcrowding and fire danger, please. Mr Kilby.
Very worried about the fire danger of the trucking yards. The trucking yards now are only half as good as they were 20 years ago because the trucks are now 3 times as big and they're trying to park in these truck parks. They burnt 6 trucks and about a dozen trailers in the south the other day as a result of the trucks being jammed in too tight. And they cart everything in their trailers. And one of the trailers had mattresses, full of mattresses, and they had a tarp over them. A lot of the trailers today got tarps over them to protect the goods that they cart. They don't all cart cattle and sheep and wheat. They cart a lot of other material. So then they set all the trucks and trailers and burnt them all. Now, we've got a truck yard here in Burt Street here in Dubbo. It's not a truck yard. All it is a table drain with a heap of trucks parked in it. Now, I would like the Dubbo Shire or the Transport Department to tell Dubbo what they're going to do to be able to store these trucks safely without being jammed up too tight. I've got a site, 4L Gilgandra Road, 8 acres of truck yard and machinery yard, and the yard beside me is Mars's group. They've got another millions of dollars worth of machinery, same as in my yard, and they've got this park, the truck park now, in the scrub on the side of the road in the table drain in Burke Street in Dubbo. Now, there's limbs blowing down on the storm there 3 or 4 months, 5 months ago. They're still there now, nothing done with them. They're in grass 3 foot high, all beside these trucks parked beside them. Now, all you need is a strike of lightning or a windstorm and the power line comes down and you'll burn all these trucks and you'll burn my trucks, they're rented trucks, like they're renting my yard. There's millions of dollars worth of spray gear, sprayer barn are there in my yard with all their $1 million machines, and same as Mars's truck machinery yard. And they've got the river all down one side with the grass 3 foot high, and the council or someone goes out and slashes about 50 yards of it along the side, so they'll end up burning everything. So I'd like council or someone to get into the transport department and build a decent truck yard in Dubbo. You've got 27 acres there on the hill where the drive-in theatre was, nothing doing. Why don't you make that into a truck yard? Anyway, I'm just very worried about the dangers and the big fire you're going to get in Dubbo with all these trucks jammed in the one little spot in the table drain. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Mr. Peter Reardon on item 9.7, Boree Solar Project. Objection to the proposed Boree Solar Project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Now, item 9.7, Peter Reardon. At the moment, we've got over 30 projects associated with renewable energy, including all of the additional infrastructure extensions throughout the Dubbo LGA, which is excellent investment for the LGA. There's only 2 of those 30-odd projects that have had consistent and intense opposition from the communities. That's Hampton Park and Boree. Only 2. That means that over 90% of the renewable projects in the LGA are going forward with minimal resistance or opposition. Why is that? Quite simply, Boree is in the wrong location. And that proponent, Ven Energy, is causing harm to the local community out there. Now, I turn to the maps in front of you. I've given a little handout to everyone. Look at the plans in front of you. I'd like to commend and congratulate and actually thank all the councillors that made the effort to come out and have a look at this project. As you can see, and for those councillors that have been out there and also from the board that actually been there, it's a very large, complex site. It wraps around from the northeast to the north, all the way to the northwest, around the top side of Geary. It's a very complex area. As you can see, it's all the other areas like Maryvale, etc., like are very compact, but this is very extensive. It also wraps around the top part of hills and valleys around the top part of Geary. You've been out and had a look at there. So there's a whole range of issues associated with things like flooding. 2/3 of that area floods back into Geary. There's concerns from the community about that. The western component of the area is built on SSAL, or State Strategic Agricultural Land, which is against the government's own guideline. There's concerns about wildlife corridors, and because of that complex shape, it actually surrounds individual properties and individual homes. So I'll put it to you, if you had a developer come to your home and put infrastructure around 3 sides of your home, would you be happy? You would not be happy. That's what's happening out here with this type of facility. Okay, so there's a lot of aspects that are really not being considered properly. It's also, this facility is in total conflict with the Dubbo Council's own draft housing strategy. So Dubbo Council have spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on a very extensive consultation process for the draft housing strategy. Now, in that document, and I quote, it talks about Geary. Okay, so it says that Geary's rural character is highly valued and should be maintained, and the growth of Geary has been slated and identified by that process to go to the north. So the north of town is where the growth centre of Geary is. Now, how can you have that sort of conflict with a facility that's wrapped around the whole top side of Geary? It's poor planning policy, and it's going to cause issues for decades into the future. Okay, so that document, we need to stick with our own policy document, okay? Now, the Ven Energy as a proponent, they're a very poor proponent, okay, for a range of reasons. We've given you all the information. They've got multiple complaints against them with the AEIC. There's 3 complaints against Ven Energy, 1 in Victoria, 1 here, and 1 up at Tamworth. So it shows a pattern of behaviour that's it's just not good enough. A few other aspects, they've got no social licence with any of their projects. They haven't even built a solar project yet, and they haven't actually won any of those communities over. In Victoria, They're actually got the council have actually objected to the one down there. They even ignored councillor, like there was actually advice from Dubbo Regional Council. So Murray Wood, the previous GM, and Steve Jenkins actually sat down with Ven Energy approximately 12 months ago and said, you guys have got to pull your socks up. You've got to engage better with the local community. This is how we roll. That's the words from Murray. Did they improve 12 months ago? They haven't improved. They got a warning from you guys and totally thumbed their nose at you and kept doing what they've been doing to us out there at Geary. Even in the last few weeks, we've had trespasses. We've had those consultants actually trespass on one of our properties near the actual project boundary. And we even had someone was yelled abuse at. So a local was driving down their private road against the boundary and pulled up to say, what's going on? And some Ven Energy consultants basically told them to get effed. Now, that verbal abuse only happened a few weeks ago. This is what's happening to us out there. Okay? It's heartbreaking. Some of the treatment out there to these facilities, like and people that live out there, like Bill and Robin, you guys have gone out there and had a look at their... They're going to look out their kitchen window straight onto construction zone and straight up into 5.5 metre high panels. Absolutely heartbreaking, okay?
Thank you, Mr. Reardon. That's the 5 minutes. Thank you very much. Next, we have Karen Mayers on item 8.5, Draft Dubbo Regional Housing Strategy, consideration of submissions, please.
Karen Mayers speaking on item 8.5, the Draft Dubbo Regional Housing Strategy. Mr Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Councillors, I want to start again by thanking this council. At the Infrastructure Committee, councillors removed the staff recommendation put forward in relation to Hampton Park. Our community is very grateful for this support from our elected representatives. But I want to be clear about what that did and did not resolve. Hampton Park's section of the staff report to the committee contained 3 recommendations. Only one, the first recommendation, was put to council as a standalone numbered item in the Infrastructure Committee motion, and you removed that in the meeting. Thank you. The other 2 were never voted on separately. They sit in the body of the staff report and they come into effect through recommendation 6 tonight. An all-encompassing recommendation that, if endorsed, allows all directions recommendations in the staff report to carry. Unless number 6 recommendation is amended to exclude all recommendations for Hampton Park, those staff directions carry through. What were those recommendations? Recommendation 2 recognised Hampton Park's future as land suitable for large lot rural residential, but recommended rezoning wait until the battery project is decisioned. Council's long-term housing strategies should not be dictated to by a still-to-be-lodged environmental impact study and years until a final outcome is known. That recognition is exactly why Council need to act now. These 30 and 40-year industrial high-capacity battery projects must be placed in locations distant from regional growth centres, residential estates and villages. The recommendation 3 was to make amendments to the housing strategy on page 19. Uncertain what this meant, I have clarified with the council staff the intention was to remove the land between Firgrove and Bencubbin Housing Estate from the map, as if it never existed. In effect, making null and void 20 community submissions received by the council. That map brings together sources of multiple past housing and planning papers across multiple zoning classifications. No submission received during the consultation asked for the land between Bencubbin Estate and Firgrove to be removed from that theoretical housing map. The land's potential for large lot rural residential use has been identified in Council's own strategic work since 2020. Removing it from the strategy now, without anyone having asked for that, is not in the spirit of community consultation. My request tonight is for councillors to consider amending the motions to ensure that recommendation 6 excludes all 3 of the Hampton Park directions and recommendations to the Infrastructure Committee, not just the first. And secondly, that the land between Firgrove and Bencubbin Estate, known as Hampton Park, remain in the housing strategy and the context be updated to reflect the land as being suitable for future large lot rural residential. We ask you please don't leave these motions, motions progress without some amendment. And I thank you once again for allowing me to speak.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Michael Edwards on item 9.9, visual impacts of renewable energy projects.
Michael Edwards. I speak in support of the motion 9.9. Thank you, Mayor, councillors and staff for allowing me to speak. Our region is playing a critical role in the energy transition, and many of our communities recognise the economic opportunities that come with renewable energy investment. The issue is not whether renewable energy projects should occur, but where they should occur, and whether the visual impacts experienced by local communities are being properly assessed, mitigated and monitored. The motion rightly highlights growing community concerns about the cumulative visual impacts of solar factories, wind farms, transmission, infrastructure and associated facilities throughout the Central West Orana Res, and specifically concerns over the proposed Hampton Park Solar and BESS factory. The character of rural landscapes are changing rapidly, and that in many cases the mitigation measures promised through the approval process are not delivering the outcomes that communities were led to expect. One of the recurring issues raised with council in the visual impact assessments can underestimate the lived experience of nearby residents. I'm just one of those residents. A technical assessment of visibility does not reflect what it means for a family to look out from their home or their recreation area every day and see hundreds of hectares of industrial scale infrastructure, thousands of solar panels, substations and 40-foot battery storage units. This is particularly relevant where homes are situated on elevated land above proposed solar factories. In the case of Bencubbin Estate, there are residences sitting 40 metres or more above the land proposed for the solar factory. While a proponent may argue that screening vegetation will be provided, the reality is that the vegetation planted around the perimeter of solar farm is often ineffective when viewed from significantly higher ground. A resident looking down from a ridgeline or elevated property can see directly over those screen plantings and across the solar array. The visual impact is therefore not merely a matter of distance, it is also a matter of elevation, topography and view corridors. In these circumstances, the loss of visual amenity can be substantial. What was once a rural landscape of paddocks, trees and open vistas can become an industrial landscape that dominates the outlook. For many residents, that view is not simply scenery, it is part of the reason why they choose to live in the area, part of their connection to the place, and in many cases, part of their property's value and enjoyment. That is why I support the call for a review of the flawed document, the department's guidelines for landscape character and visual impact assessment. The current framework should place greater emphasis on elevated viewpoints, cumulative impact, and particular real-world experience and effectiveness of landscaping treatments over time. I also strongly support the request that the landscape treatments be established with mature species and planted well before construction begins. Too often communities are asked to accept a promise that visual impact will eventually be screened, only to wait many years for vegetation to establish, only to see that vegetation screening fail or die. During that period, residents experience the full visual impact of the development. Importantly, this motion also seeks compliance checks on future and existing developments. If landscape screening measures form part of the basis upon which an approval was granted, communities should be entitled to expect those conditions are being met and maintained. Effective compliance is essential to maintaining the trust in the planning system. We are all aware of the development on the edge of Dubbo, which in real life example of failed screening attempts. Finally, I strongly support inviting the Minister to visit our region and see firsthand the outcomes that local communities are experiencing and are being expected to into the future. Good luck with that. The motion advocates for better planning, better mitigation, better outcomes for communities. It supports renewable energy while demanding that amenity, landscape, character of region New South Wales receive the protection they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Linda Cutler on item 9.9, visual impacts of renewable energy projects.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name's Linda Cutler. I'm also a Bencoven Estate resident, and I'd like to thank the councillors, mayor and staff for having me speak tonight also in support of motion 9.9. I would like to echo the comments made by Mr. Edwards, which I fully agree with, and what I would like to do is look at this from a broader perspective. At its heart, this motion is about maintaining community confidence in the planning system during one of the most significant infrastructure transformations that our region has ever experienced. There's no doubt that renewable energy will play an important role in Australia's future. Equally, there's no doubt that regional communities such as ours are being asked to host a substantial portion of that infrastructure. With that responsibility comes an obligation to ensure that local concerns are heard, respected, and properly addressed. One of the greatest risks to the success of the renewable energy transition is not technology, finance, or engineering. It is actually the loss of community trust. When residents participate in consultation processes, review project documentation, and provide feedback, they expect that the commitments made during those processes will be delivered. If there is a perception that promised mitigation measures are delayed, incomplete, or ineffective, confidence in both the proponents and government regulators begins to erode. That is why the compliance aspect of this motion is so important. Communities should not have to continually advocate for conditions that have already been approved. If specific landscape treatments, buffers, or visual mitigation measures form part of a project's consent, there should be clear expectation that those measures will be implemented, maintained, and independently verified. Good compliance is not anti-development. In fact, it supports development by demonstrating that the rules apply equally to everyone and that commitments actually matter. I also believe this motion raises an important question about cumulative impacts. Individual projects are often assessed on their own merits, and yet residents experience them collectively. A family living in a rural landscape may see not one piece of infrastructure, but multiple solar farms, transmission lines, substations, battery storage facilities, and wind turbines established over time. Each project may satisfy assessment requirements in isolation, but the combined effect can fundamentally alter the character of an area. As a regional council, I believe you have a responsibility to ensure that government agencies understand that those cumulative changes mean what those cumulative changes mean for our community and our people that live here permanently. This is particularly important because our landscapes are not merely empty spaces awaiting development. They are part of the identity of our region. They contribute to our lifestyle, our tourism appeal, our agricultural character, and our sense of place. People choose to live in regional New South Wales because of its openness, its rural vistas, and its unique landscapes. Protecting those qualities should not be viewed as opposition to renewable energy. It should be viewed as responsible planning. I also support the proposal to invite the Minister to visit our region. Decisions made in Sydney can sometimes appear very different than when viewed on the ground. There's enormous value in seeing firsthand the scale of development occurring across the Central West Res Zone and hearing directly from residents who are living with the outcomes of these decisions every day. The people affected by these developments deserve to know that their experiences are being observed, understood, and taken seriously. Ultimately, this motion is not seeking to stop renewable energy projects, it's seeking to make them better. It's asking for stronger planning, better oversight, improved accountability, and a greater recognition of the communities that host this infrastructure on behalf of the entire state. If we want the renewable energy transition to succeed over the long term, it must be accompanied by trust, transparency, and genuine respect for local communities. For those reasons, I wholeheartedly support this motion, and thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Amanda Pepinell on item 8.5, draft Dubbo Regional Housing Strategy consideration of submissions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, councillors and council staff. My name is Amanda Pepinell, and I'm speaking this afternoon about Intervention 3 in the Housing Strategy. I'm going to keep it quite short and sweet. Interventions 1 and 2 have already been removed because they were not suitable for South Dubbo. Intervention 3 has the same problems. South Dubbo has older infrastructure, narrow streets, parking constraints, and areas affected by flooding. It is not built for high density development, and the strategy itself acknowledges those pressures. If Intervention 3 is approved, it will allow density increases that permanently change the character of South Dubbo and place major strain on infrastructure. It's already pretty bad as it is. Our taps don't have much pressure around most of South Dubbo, so imagine having high density developments in South Dubbo. And once zoning changes are made, they cannot be easily removed. Residents have been very thorough and clear in their consultation feedback that they want growth that fits the suburb, South Dubbo, not growth that overwhelms it. I'm asking councillors to vote against Intervention 3. This is not about stopping development. It's not about stopping development. It's about making sure development is appropriate, safe, and supported by infrastructure. South Dubbo deserves planning that protects its livability. Sounds like tonight a lot of people are really questioning the housing strategy plan, and I really think that all considerations need to be considered by councillors. It's really important to listen to what everyone's saying so we get things right for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a couple of minutes left. Is there anyone else that would like to address public forum? If so, please step up to the microphone right now, state your name and the issue that you want to speak on. Mary.
Hi, Mary Noglick. What number is it, Kate? Number
Housing strategy. We'll take it. Regional housing strategy.
The Boree one, thank you.
The Boree one. Yep.
Yeah, of course. I think there we're dealing with so many environmental issues that have been listed time and again, and we're dealing with a proponent here that has not just been useless and started out with quite blatant lies and hollow promises, but they've become abusive and they've become verbally violent. So I think that the company itself needs to be ousted from Australia, not just the LGA here. And I think that the inappropriateness of the choice of the site for the Boree proposed project needs to be just simply stopped altogether. And support the motion to send them home.
Thank you. We've got just enough time for one more speaker. I think if there's anyone, same rules, step up to the microphone, state your name and the item that you'd like to speak on. No, there being no one, that concludes public forum. Next we have 5.1, confirmation of minutes. Minutes of the ordinary council meeting held on 23 June 2026. Do I have someone to move that? Councillor Chowdhury, seconded by Councillor Butler. Councillor Chowdhury, would you like to speak to that?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any other debate, councillors? There being none, we'll put that. Governance, could you please open the voting? Please cast your votes. Now, is Councillor Ryan still on line there? Here we go. Just give us a wave or press the button and we'll take that as a yes from Councillor Ryan. Carried unanimously. Next item, we have a mayoral minute. This is to do with the Australian Local Government Association 2026 National Local Roads, Transport and Infrastructure Congress in Cairns. I'll move the following. 1. That approval be granted for councillors Butler and Chowdhury to attend the 2026 National Local Roads and Transport Congress to be held in Cairns on 25 and 26 August 2026. And at 2, that council approve the payment of registration, flights, accommodation and meal costs for the nominated councillor representatives in accordance with council's payment of expenses and provision and facilities policy. There's 2 councillors expressed a desire to go to that, so if they're still keen on that, then we'll put that to the vote and approve their attendance at the Local Roads Transport Congress, National Congress. Any other speakers? Councillor Ivey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I have no great objection to my fellow councillors going, but I did wonder, looking through the agenda and of the conference, that really there were some topics there which I would have thought our senior staff really should be part of and listen to it. So I just wondered whether or not this council is going to get the best benefit by sending 2 councillors and no one from the senior staff. It just seemed a wasted opportunity to me.
Thank you. Any other debate, councillors? There being none, I'll just say that I note a while back there was numerous councillors went to a National Roads Congress in Tasmania, I think, at Rest Point Casino a while back. So I don't know, I'll just leave that one there in my closing remarks to my to my mayoral minute. Councillors, we'll have to put that. Please open the voting. Governance. Please cast your votes. Thank you, Councillor Ryan. That's a yes. That's carried 9 votes to 2. Next up, we have 7.1, mayoral appointments and meetings. I'll move that motion as per the business paper. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Cowley. I'll take that as read. Councillors, any debate? There being none, we'll put that. Governance, please open the voting. Please cast your votes. And Councillor Ryan's indicated yes. That's carried unanimously. Next, we have 7.2 mayoral expenses. I'll move that as per the business papers. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Chowdhury, thank you. I'll take that as read. Any debate, councillors? There being none, we'll put that. Please open the voting. Please cast your votes. And Councillor Ryan's in favour. Carried unanimously. Matters considered by committees. Unless there's an objection, I propose that we move the following items on block: 8.1, 8.3, 8.4, 8.6, 8.7, 8.8, 8.9, 8.10, with items 8.2 and 8.5 to be dealt with separately. Does anyone have any other ones that they would like to be pulled out and debated? Councillor,
Sorry, that you were leaving out.
8.2 and 8.5.
8.2 and 8.5. Thanks.
The housing strategy, and is it the Maryvale Solar Farm one, I think? Someone...
Mr. Mayor, if you could also pull out the Agricultural Tourism Centre. I just had a question about that.
8.10.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's what I said before, but with everything except 8.2, 8.5 and 8.10. Anyone? Okay, I'll move that then from here. Councillor Chowdhury, second. And we'll vote on all of those. Oh. Right, so we're going to do 8.2, 5 and 10 separately. So this is on all of those. Please open the voting on all those ones that we said before. Please cast your votes when that comes up. Please cast your votes. And Councillor Ryan is in favour. Carried unanimously. Now we go to 8.2. Would someone like to move 8.2? Whoever wanted that one, Councillor Ivey, moved by Councillor Ivey, seconded by Councillor Wright. Councillor Ivey, would you like to speak to that?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I just find, the motion?
There's no motion.
Sorry,
Maryvale Solar Farm.
can I just ask then? As I understand it, there was a motion in that that went to the committees that was going to be sought for ratification tonight, but that there was an alternative motion.
Who's got the alternative motion? Do you have? You obviously don't have that, Councillor Ivey.
No, I don't. I thought it was
We'll
in
just check
relation
with.
to the.
We'll just check with governance. Just checking, Councillor Ivey. Okay, that's on the screen.
Yes. Yep, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, so it deals with the draft planning agreement that would come into effect after the expiration of the original 25-year for the project. At that stage, the planning agreement would need to be renegotiated, and the idea of this motion is just to put in some extra clauses that says that any changes to the planning agreement, which takes into effect if the project is extended, must be have a clause in there that says the benefit that comes back to the community through the payment by the proponent must be at least equal to or greater than the previous year's payment. And so that's the main intention of that change to the motion compared to what was considered at the committee meetings.
So, Councillor Ivey, you're going to move that as an amendment?
Yes, I am.
Amendment. Yes. Councillor Ivey, seconded by Councillor Wright. Okay, Councillor Ivey will take that as you speaking to it, as you spoke about the unamended motion. Any further debate, Councillor Dickerson?
Just to be clear before I ask a question, so that's replacing what's in our papers at the moment with that, I assume?
It'll be the whole bolus.
So it's an alternative motion to that rather than an amendment per se?
Right.
We're not amending this motion here, are we? We're just replacing it.
Replacing it with that.
Yep. So an alternative. So I just had a question on that. I know it's pretty hard for our staff to know what might happen in 25 years' time, but what is the general intention for our VPAs? Again, looking into the crystal ball all those years forward, we have a VPA that might be approved today and we start getting paid money by a proponent. What if we hadn't had this particular motion here? What would our staff think typically would happen with our VPAs in 25 years' time, assuming that proponent decided they would keep going with that? They might do some work on that, they might change it, they might replace some components, whatever they do. If they're still producing power, what would our staff think would typically happen without this motion?
To the General Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you to the Director of Development and Environment.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, in 25 years' time, or probably not 25 years' time, maybe 23 years' time, and getting to the end of the Maryvale Solar Farm planning agreement, our discussions with the owner at the time or proponent would be centred around what the current policy setting would be from the government or any other setting there in that regard. Just to add a bit more context, some other councils do it in some different ways. I know that Big Western have some wording there about they actually quote the 850 for subsequent agreements as a bit of a floor to sort of future negotiations. But I'd see this basically this amendment here along the lines of a sort of goalkeeper type activity for us.
Councillor Dickerson, further.
Thank you. Yeah, so I'll just make a comment now. Thank you, Mr. Jennings, for that. And this, to me, makes sense. I would imagine without something like that, there would be some discussion in 25 years' time, or 23 years' time. But let's make it more definite. Let's make it so that we've got something in there as part of that VPA, so that in 23 years' time, because a lot of people ask questions about that for renewables. They say, what about at the end of the project? What about all the things that are left in the ground? What about what happens in the future? And I'm pretty sure that once a developer has gotten to the point where they've already got their infrastructure in, they're already producing power, they've got an income stream, they're probably going to either update some of the equipment, they're probably going to roll over that, there'll probably still be a need for that. We want to make sure that in 25 years' time, we're leaving the council at the time, assuming that none of us are around the table in 25 years' time, maybe some will be, but assuming that we want to make sure that that council is in a good position. So I think this makes a lot of sense, and I think we will see a lot of these projects continuing well past the 25 years.
Thank you. Further debate, councillors? Okay, we will vote on that then. Please open the voting on that. Please cast your votes. And Councillor Ryan's in favour, so 8.2 is carried. 8.5 we get to now. Did anyone want to move that? As Councillor Butler?
Is this the time to mention amendment, or?
Yeah, so we're going to have a few amendments to this one, I think. So maybe just move it as it is.
Okay.
And if you move that.
Yep, yes, could I please move it as read?
Councillor Butler. Yep. And seconded by Councillor Wright. Councillor Butler, would you like to speak to that or move an amendment?
Yep. Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'd like to move an amendment that council, so as an addition, we've got, I think, 7 points in there. Amendment that council, as a matter of priority, initiate and execute a planning proposal to rezone Hampton Park as R5 and report the progress of the planning proposal in the monthly ordinary council meeting.
Right, thank you. A seconder, Councillor Toynton. Councillor Butler, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Thank you. Yes. Yes, so thank you for allowing me to speak. I certainly, when we looked at the committee meeting version, we, just to fill in some history, we removed point 5 at the time, and that was Councillor Toynton, because there was in the housing strategy to remove the, it went something along the lines of that we not rezone R5 until the decision of the State Significant Development comes back. And we said, no, we shouldn't have to wait for that. So that then left, in one sense, a gap. And so I just wanted to fill that gap in and to ask the council that we could indeed restore, well, not restore, but to rezone that land, which has been possibly selected for the proponent that wants to bring that Hampton Park project forward, that indeed would instead be a residential zone and would be a far better use of the land, as obviously the lifestyle blocks, which I think we're famous for in that sense, that Dubbo is very proud of. And also, I think there was, I believe, a bit of maybe technicalities. They said that, we can use this land because it's 5 kilometres from the zone or something along those lines. When you look at the actual zoning, it's literally on the border. So you have the housing, how would you call it, the housing zones, and then you have this literally over the fence where you could throw the rock in next door to this proponent's renewable factory. And I think that was just really like to say that, it's technically okay because it's not within the current residential zoning is a sleight of hand. So that's hence the amendment. So if I could just put it to our councillors, please, that we may as well rezone this land. It's between Fir Grove and the Hampton Lower South area. And if you look on the map, as we did on the committee meeting, you'll see that it's sandwiched in between two residential zones. So it makes perfect sense to continue to make that part of a residential zone, and that it would not be available for development into an industrial scale energy centre or generator. So thank you for your time, councillors. I trust you support it.
Thank you. Councillor Dickerson.
Just a question, Mr Mayor. 10.9 of a code of meeting practice says that if we're going to expend funds, we've got to identify the source. And I assume there would be some significant funds involved from council perspective to do a planning proposal to rezone all of Hampton Park. So A, is there a cost associated with that? And B, where is the funding source for that cost?
To the General Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you to the Director of Development and Environment.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the rezoning process, or what's commonly known now as the planning proposal process, is the process where it's embarked on to make an amendment to the Dubbo Regional Local Environmental Plan 2022. In respect of costs, I don't have the answer to that question. Basically, if the amendment was voted on and obviously approved here tonight, one of the first steps from my team would be doing the due diligence on what that would basically mean in terms of financial costs, and if there's any issues or concerns there, obviously from the state government and other policy settings perspective, and of course looking at what that process looks like as well from that point of view.
Thank you. Councillor Dickerson, further.
So, based on what Mr Jennings said, it seems like the cost is not zero. And so based on 10.9 of a code of meeting practice, I'd ask you to rule this amendment out of order because it has to identify a funding source, and 10.9 says if a funding source isn't identified, the matter must be deferred until the General Manager reports back on the availability of funds out of a funding source, or words to that effect.
All right, so Councillor Butler, you may be able to, with the okay of the seconder, nominate a funding source for this, otherwise we'll have to defer. Okay. Have you got a funding source?
Yeah, now, thank you, Councillor Dickerson. I did forget. I was going to put in that it come from General Revenue. So, yes, I had forgotten that, and I appreciate. I don't know if there's got time to put it in there, but and if that's okay with my seconder, then we could do that. Thank you.
Reserves. Just getting some clarification here. We'll go to the General Manager for some further clarification on that.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you to the Director of Organisation Performance.
Yeah, this part of the code of meeting practice is a way of preventing councillors spending funds. So it is more, it can't just be that we're spending rates and generating funds. You can nominate a project that you don't want us to do to fund that source is a way of a funding strategy, but just saying rates and general revenue is not a funding source.
Right, well, given that, it looks like, unless Councillor Butler, you can come up with something very quickly, that this will be out of order and we'll have to come up with another amendment. We don't have anything, so I'll have to rule this one out of order. And if anyone has a further amendment to 8.5, then move it now. You could get a report from the Director on what the costs and stuff would be. Councillor Toynton.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So is it possible to defer this until a funding source is identified?
It would be, but we could get... There could be an amendment to get a report from the Director to the next meeting identifying the steps involved and a funding source. If someone had some wording for that, then we could do that, as it wouldn't be a cost, and then we would have an idea of where the funding source would be, and it'd be within order. So if someone had some wording that they could move, something like that.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Well,
Councillor Butler?
if I'm able to do that, I'll add to that where a report be produced for the August ordinary meeting as to identify a funding source? That'd be helpful.
Right. Councillor Butler.
Yep, is that okay? Can we do that?
Right. We'll just.
So bring a report to identify the funding source.
This is a new amendment. Yep, new amendment. Yep. So that would be some wording.
All right.
Ms. Rouse might have some handy. Yep. All right, that will pop up in a second. Seconded by Councillor Toynton. Okay, when we get some wording up there. Better have a read of that, Councillor Butler. Yep.
Just if I may add, just that we add a part that says that by the next meeting, we could, is there, just want to say by the August ordinary meeting, could we add an eve to that so that we get the report?
Yep.
Like as in a time limit.
Right, that's being
Yep.
typed in now.
Yep. Yeah, August. Thank you. Yeah.
Councillor Toynton, happy with that? Yep. Right, that'll come. Okay, Councillor Butler, were you going to?
One more thing, can I add? Oh,
Yeah.
no, I should say, could we remove the words any potential from the rezoning of land? Just put process rezoning. We don't need the words any potential. That's surplus.
Councillor Toynton, yep.
Yep.
Okay, and there's a to the August ordinary meeting of council. Right, let me. Okay, you want to speak to that, Councillor Butler?
No, I think that's all we wanted to say at this point.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Further debate, Councillor Ivey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am concerned that we're just doing things in a knee-jerk, reactionary manner. Look, it may well be a very good idea to look at that rezoning of Hampden Park, but shouldn't we be doing it in a more sort of almost a more global basis as far as the LGA is concerned? I mean, we're picking out little bits and just reacting to it now, and I don't think that's a good way to run an organisation with the responsibility of land zoning and usage. Shouldn't we be looking at it on a larger scale? And for sure, Hampden Park would be part of that, but it may well have implications for other areas. So shouldn't we be looking at it on a much more broad basis rather than a specific motion dealing with just a specific bit of land?
Thank you. Councillor Dickerson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Along the same lines as Councillor Ivey, we've got excellent staff here to do a fantastic job with strategy, with producing strategic documents for our entire LGA in terms of what we're doing for land use across the entire LGA. So I agree with Councillor Ivey, just then picking out one spot and looking at a rezoning from RU1 to R5, and there may be some other negative implications that haven't really been widely thought of. Now, if someone's using that land in an RU1 process now, they'd still have the existing use rights for that, but someone might have plans to do something with that next month, next year, next decade, and suddenly they would be taken away for something that's specific around one, or trying to block one type of project, if you like. So I think our strategy needs to be worked on from a strategic point of view. I don't think we should doing spot planning proposals. And again, the report going forward, if that comes back, that might identify some of those things as well as the funding source. But I just think we need to be more strategic. And one thing I've said for many years is that councils, typically good councils, do things strategically, not ad hoc. And that's where this feels like it is just ad hoc.
Thank you. Further debate, councillors. Councillor Chowdhury.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a quick question. So if we go through this motion, if this motion passed, is there going to be any community consultation?
General Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you to the Director of Development and Environment.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, for this next report, which is in the proposed motion up here on the screen, there will be no community consultation, obviously with just this very first initial step. However, the planning proposal process does include community and stakeholder consultation. But just to explain the planning proposal process, once basically a planning proposal has been prepared with all of the supporting documentation that's required, a report comes up to council to have a look at. From that point, council basically resolves to either move forward and seek a thing called a gateway determination from the Department of Planning. If that gateway determination is issued, that's where it specifies the community and stakeholder consultation, and also importantly the state government consultation as well that's required in that process, and then we move forward from there.
Further? No. Councillor Wright?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Look, I'll support this, but I obviously have some reservations with respect to the same comments that Councillor Ivey and Councillor Dickinson have brought forward. And I'm sure this will be covered off in the report, but I guess my question is, should council proceed with this, and they do proceed with the rezoning, I'm assuming there's absolutely no guarantee that an owner of that particular land can split it up into 25 acres, because a DA may not necessarily fit the bill anyway if there's environmental factors or other factors that make it prohibitive anyway. So is that right? There's a big process before a landowner can go ahead and even develop, even though we provide a change of zoning that allows for it.
To the General Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you to the Director of Development and Environment.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the planning proposal process is a very initial first step. You're right, Councillor Wright, there's obviously the development assessment process as well after that. These things do take time. They're not things that happen overnight in the planning process and the New South Wales planning system that we have.
Councillor Wright.
And just one more question following that then. Would it be odd that council would jump forward with this type of thing rather than an owner of a land coming to council requesting a rezoning?
General Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you, Director of Development and Environment.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, with planning proposals, they're basically looked at in a couple of different ways. There's a council-initiated planning proposal, or there can be basically a proponent-initiated planning proposal. So later in the meeting, there's two there that council will consider, which are proponent-initiated planning proposals. Also, what we will explore, of course, in that report that comes back to you, if you vote positively in that way, is we will need to undertake consultation with the landowner as well, because it's their land at the end of the day.
Councillor Wright, further debate, councillors? Fine. Look, I'll just have a quick say then. Look, I'll support this. Basically, I know the proponent has previously spoken to, or the owner, has previously spoken to council about R5 zoning for that prior to the solar farm proposal. And council's change zoning all the time, like all of the, I think it was 2011 LEP changes, all of North Dubbo and sort of Central South changed from R2 to R1. That was basically council led. These things happen, but happy to get an investigation into it, and it would be a good R5 zoned area, being right between two other ones, so it'd fit in pretty nicely there with the Ben Coven Estate and just across the road from Furgrove. So look, I'm more than happy to support this and see what the report says in a month and look at what we can do in that space. Further debate from anyone who hasn't spoken yet? Councillor Butler, right of reply to anything there before we put this?
Yeah, just to the ad hoc statement. I don't feel it is ad hoc because it was in the housing strategy. So the whole point of point 5 in the initial committee meeting was that R5 not be rezoned until we hear from the state significant development. So obviously that was in the pipeline. And then it went on to say later on that should it not be taken up by the state significant development, that they would go ahead with the rezoning. So this is not ad hoc. this was already in there. The only thing that was ad hoc was the replacement of the rezoning with the proponent's possible selection. That's the ad hoc bit, not the rezoning of R5.
Thank you, councillors. We'll put that. Governance, please open the voting. Please cast your votes. Councillor Ryan, we've got you as a yes there. And that's carried 9 votes to 2. Any other debate, councillors? So that becomes part of the motion. Further debate on 8.5. I'll move an amendment, which I uploaded earlier, and if governance could please pull that one up for us. It is to do with the South Dubbo strategy, and it'd be point 4. I think point 4 is still the same. That Dubbo South Intervention 1, 2 and 3 be removed from the draft strategy. That's moved by myself and a seconder, Councillor Richardson. I'll just quickly speak to that. When you look at the number of submissions in the proposals, there was 56 submissions saying that people didn't want changes to the South Dubbo area. There was 11 in favour, which is overwhelming from the community. There are a lot of R1 zone lots around town at the moment, and there's a lot more coming online. We've got 220 in the RAF base. I've got the bit up at Palmer Street, and we've got all of North Dubbo and Central South Dubbo up to Nancarrow Street has been rezoned R1, and there's infill development there. There are the Northwest Precinct, there will be a lot of R1, smaller lot size there, the later stages of Keswick, the southern side of Narromine Road, in those sort of areas, Alfred Street, Moonar Street, areas that have already been rezoned. So I think there's plenty of opportunity for infill development around town and people that want smaller lot sizes. And I just think that we don't need to go ahead with the strategy that Intervention 3 was to basically do the whole of South Dubbo to look for infill development, and or it'd be sort of like what was going to be Intervention 1 and Intervention 2, but on a whole grander scale. So I just think it was overwhelming from the community that they would like to wait for the other areas to be developed first, and then South Dubbo in time, but it might be 20 or 30 years once all these other lots are developed. And looking at the house prices, where places around sort of Central South have had a backyard carved off and subdivided, they're sort of $720,000 to $750,000. You can't get that sort of money for carving off a backyard in any other parts of Dubbo, so very lucrative. But I just think that we don't need to look at that at this time. The community made that point pretty clear, and there's a lot of other R1 zone land coming on if people want to downsize to smaller lots. So I'll leave it at that for now. Any further debate, councillors? Councillor Wright.
Just a question regarding that then, maybe through you, Mr Mayor. So obviously we're removing, well, I guess table 12, which has 3-point interventions. We'll have 0 interventions on that particular table, I'm guessing. But then just with regards to point 3, am I right to assume that that rest of that land will be just R2 as it is in South Dubbo, but that doesn't prevent owners, provided they meet the criteria, from subdividing off a parcel of land and building a secondary dwelling anyway?
That's right. It'd be as per the current planning controls, so nothing would change in that area. Mostly zoned R2. If you've got a big block that's more than 1,200 square metres, you could carve it in half into 2 blocks, do dual lock or whatever you can do, secondary dwelling. Further debate, councillors? There being none, we'll put that amendment, please. Could governance please open the voting? Oh, Councillor Butler, you're the original mover, a right of reply.
No, thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Governance, please open the voting. Councillors, please cast your votes. Councillor Ryan's in favour. Carried 10 votes to 1. Any further amendments to or debate to 8.5? Being the whole motion. We'll just get it all loaded up. It's on its way. Is that all of it? Is that the whole lot? Yep, that's the whole lot. Okay, councillors, that's the whole lot there. Councillor Butler is the mover of the original. Do you have a right of reply to anything at all?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillors, we'll put that whole motion as amended a couple of times. Governance, please open the voting. Please cast your votes. Councillor Ryan is in favour. Carried unanimously. Thank you. Item 8.10, moved by Councillor. Who's going to move that one? Councillor Richardson, and seconded by Councillor Butler. Thank you. Butler. Councillor Richardson, any debate on that? 8.10.
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Dickerson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I do apologise to my fellow councillors. I couldn't make the committee meeting where that was voted on in terms of that tender.
This is a confidential report. This one, remember?
Correct, thank you. So I won't mention any numbers. Yep. I can mention that we didn't go ahead with the tender. Yep. So, and I understand fully why my fellow councillors didn't go ahead with that tender at the time. What I am very interested to see from the information that's come through here is that it talks about the fact that we'll have some further discussion, state and federal governments requesting extension of the respective grant funding, review options. What I'm really interested to know is whether the options we'll be looking at specifically will be at the existing site of the Rotary Cultural Tourism Centre, the existing site that the tender went out for, whether we're looking at that particular site for the project, or if we are potentially looking at other sites for that particular project. And I might have some follow-up questions based around that, but I suppose that the first question is, when we're looking at options to potentially go ahead with that, where are we looking at?
To the General Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. And at this stage, we're opening up conversations, I think the middle of next week, with the local Aboriginal Working Group to have a conversation with them. We'll take their feedback into consideration in looking at the existing site versus what the potential of other sites are. The constraining factor is the time that's available to us, so it does limit on what you can build in that time. It's probably fair to say we are not at a possibility with the time constraints of the grant program that's on us that we can open up an entire option starting from scratch again. So it will be fairly limited in what we will be able to consider and have those discussions with the local Aboriginal Working Party.
Further, Councillor Dickerson.
So the next one for that, and I'll just choose my words very carefully here. In terms of you, Mr. Mayor, writing to state and federal governments requesting extension of the grant funding timelines, are we also considering asking for a revision of the project as it stands? In other words, looking at the project as it is, but scaling back some components. And I know we looked at that once before, and we were told quite clearly that the funding bodies, both state and federal, said, no, we've approved your monies for this. But when you look at the building index at the moment, there's various building indexes that talk about 15, 20% per year. There's obviously, it's difficult to build things within a certain budget. So that'd be something I'd be very keen to see, that we talk to the funding bodies and say, can we go ahead with 70%, 80% of it, and then have stage two at some further point down the track, so we secure that funding that we've already got and basically go forward with that at the existing site. That'd be certainly what I'd be very keen to see. So I'm not sure if that's the intention of that particular recommendation.
A rescope would be a variation in rescope. Look, many of those discussions have been had we sent a letter off to the funding bodies, and the staff have had some meetings, have you, with the state funding body, so the General Manager might be able to elaborate on that.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. The state bodies are pretty locked in that there's no further negotiations or discussions on a change in scope. They're wanting to get what we've promised out and developed as soon as they possibly can, and there's certainly no appetite for any increase in funding to recognise or reflect that we've seen cost escalations in the construction market. So it will need to be, most likely, we'll need to reduce what our expectations are of the Wiradjuri Cultural Centre in order to fit into that funding envelope.
Further?
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Wells.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm very thankful that this was able to be pulled out to have a bit of a discussion. Whilst we made the decision to not go ahead with the tender for obvious reasons, it is still, I think it's still a really important thing for council to pursue, and I'm glad that we are going to continue to pursue it, because there's been, as you all know, since 2018, we've had consultations and constant discussions around some variations and changes over time, and the community were really confident that we were going to get it, and unfortunately, costs, as we know, blow out, and I can't sort of speak to that exactly, but I have to say that it was really heartbreaking that we couldn't go ahead with this, and it was out of our control. We have to be good financial stewards in cases like this. But we also have to think of ways of how we can bring this to life and make it, bring it to fruition, because what I've always said around this particular centre is that it won't only be a great site just for the Dubbo LGA or for the state or for the nation. The hope is that this will be somewhere where international visitors will come to Dubbo and look at and leave Dubbo thinking, wow, that's an amazing centre. And that's my dream that I hope to see before we finish our term. Thank you.
Thank you. Further debate. Councillor Chowdhury.
I also pray that Councillor Wells' dream will become true one day, because I also very passionate about this project, and really heartbreaking for me to see this project is like is reshaping again. So through you, Mr. Mayor, I have a question. If we remodeling this like a funding wise, that structure, is that gonna be treated as a new project to the funder? And is there any is there any like a risk to we gonna lose this money? Thank you.
I wouldn't think so. That it'll be a variation, obviously, and the state and federal Labor government are not going to defund a Wiradjuri Tourism Centre. I couldn't see that in any way, shape or form. But we'll pass to the General Manager. He might have some further insight based on staff discussions with the funding body. General Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you, the funding bodies have basically the original purpose of the grant will still be met with what's being proposed, so there is no need for any specific variations to those contracts. Thank you.
Further debate, councillors. I'll just quickly say that, look, this doesn't mean that it wouldn't be, Wiradjuri Cultural Tourism Centre wouldn't be delivered. This would just change how we are delivering it. And it's very important for the community, we know that it be delivered. And also going back to community and working out how we can deliver it. It might be a staged approach, like Councillor Dickerson said, but important to listen to the community, work with the state and federal funding bodies and deliver that project for Dubbo, as Councillor Wells said, in a financially sustainable way. And I think that we can do that based on what we've heard tonight. Thank you. We go any further debate? No, back to the mover of the original motion to do with this, which was Councillor Richardson. Right of reply?
No, thanks, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Councillors, will put that. Could governance please open the voting? Please cast your votes. Councillor Ryan's in favour. Thank you. Carried unanimously. That's all the committee reports done. Now we have notices of motion. 9.1, referendum for popularly elected mayor. Councillor Toynton, would you like to move your motion? Seconder? Councillor Richardson, thank you. Councillor Toynton, would you like to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So since putting this motion up, it's been subject to media attention, Facebook, and I want to clarify some points. This is not changing anything in this term or the next term, other than if this motion passes, with the ballot paper at the 2028 council election, there'll just be another slip of paper that says, do you support change, yes or no? And that is it. So it's not changing any of our terms this year or next year. So 2 years left of this term, 4 years of the next term. This, if in 2028 was passed, it'd take effect in 2032. And at 2032, you'd have 2 ballot papers, one for the councillors, similar to what we were voted in on 2024, and another one that says these people have expressed an interest to be mayor, and the person with the highest number of votes on that card would become the mayor as chosen by the people. Other than that, this really is offering the general public that we all answer to the chance to say, you should have a say in your leaders, because we have a say in when rates go up or if we spend money, if we don't spend money. This is just giving a voice to the people who put us in our positions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Further debate, councillors? Councillor Ivey, Wright and then Dickerson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Toyton, for raising the issue. My response to it is that it is an important issue. It is an issue which is considered by a number of different councils. I think the councils in New South Wales, as I understand, it's about 50-50, the method of electing the mayor. But there are, doing a little bit of research on it, obviously there are very strict, well, there are strict rules there, but there are also very good reasons why to support one way or the other. And so I think that in considering that whether or not we are going to make a change, I would like to see us do a little bit more research. I'd like to see us do a little bit more community consultation. I'd like to see us perhaps have a workshop within council going through the pros and cons of the different ways of electing a mayor. I don't think there's any hurry to do it. As Councillor Toyton said, nothing happens until the next election, and if this motion went through, then at the next election there would be the opportunity to say yay or nay whether we are going to, in future, change the election method. So there's no hurry to do that until sometime just prior to the next election, if need be. Before we actually vote on it as a council, though, to say we decide that we really do want to go this way or that way, then I would just like to defer the whole thing until we get some more information, we get some more community consultation, we have a workshop from someone who perhaps knows, who's had experience in both areas of both ways of electing the mayor, and gives us some feedback to the councillors so that we can actually make an informed decision. I think that's very important. So I will actually vote against the motion. Not that, as I say, I necessarily think that we shouldn't pursue that option of changing the voting method. I just don't think tonight is the night to make that decision.
Thank you. I said Councillor Wright next.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, look, same as Councillor Ivey there. I commend Councillor bringing this one forward, but I'm a bit the same, and I know we've been voted and placed into a position to make decisions on behalf of the community, and but with this one here, I was a bit of a believer in sometimes with regards to what's perceived on the outside is not always it is the same thing. It's actual perceived on the inside, and when you've got someone who's managing a team of councillors, I think that they would need the support of all of those councillors, or at least a good majority of them. And I'm not sure if the public can see some of those internal workings on the inside. So I've always been a bit of a believer in the current method. Probably correct Councillor Ivey. I think there's only about 37 councils in New South Wales out of the 120 odd councils. It's a bit less than a third actually that currently do this, and some have recently changed to this method, and some have gone back the other way from what I understand. But I am a bit of a believer in this current process. But I'm more than happy to learn more about it and defer it. I too am unaware of how the inner workings of it would work and the pros and cons of either. I'm sure a few phone calls to some of the other councillors in some of those other areas around the region might be able to talk about the pros and cons. I believe that it could open itself up to a game of political football where some of those parties that may have a bigger budget could push for individuals, and all of a sudden we start entering into the bigger politics as opposed to local politics, and I'm just not sure that that's a place for us to play that game. So, but anyway, at this stage I'm probably not in support of it. I'm curious to see what some other fellow councillors have got to say.
Thank you. Councillor Dickerson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. And yeah, you're right, Councillor. Right, 37 direct compared to 91 elected in the way we do. And thanks for that clarification, Councillor Toynton, because I've actually been hearing some stories around over the last week where people said, oh, it looks like Councillor Toynton's going to be the mayor in a month's time. So I had to explain to a few people the same as you that this wouldn't take effect till 2032. So I'm glad you clarified that at this particular meeting. So there's a few things here, and I've seen mayors that have been elected in both ways across the state over the years. And one of the things certainly that I think is a tick for the way that this council does it is that's how we elect our Premier and our Prime Minister. We don't directly elect the President like you do in the United States. We elect a person, an individual to represent us in our area, and then in their greater knowledge of all the people in their particular area or party it might be, they will elect their leader who then becomes the Premier or the Prime Minister. And that Premier or Prime Minister is accountable to the people that surround them. And we've just seen in Victoria today where one leader wasn't seen as the best choice, and so another leader is now in place. And so not that we can do that with councillors because it's a 2-year term, so you've got at least 2 years. So I think having the councillors elect the mayor means, exactly as Councillor Wright said, you've got a better view of the inner workings of it. The other part that I have seen definitely in the state is a mayor that doesn't have the confidence of the actual councillors. So a mayor might be elected as a popular elected mayor, but every vote or everything that the mayor puts forward, there's not the confidence sitting around the table. So all the votes are put forward by the mayor go down. And so it becomes, the term is lame duck mayor, where the mayor is really elected there as a figurehead, but really can't lead the group because the group doesn't have the confidence in putting the mayor forward. So that's a real risk that happened. The other thing I think is a risk is that you end up running 2 elections. There will be an election for councillors and there's an election for the mayor. Now, you can stand on both, there's no doubt about that, but some people stand as the mayor only and potentially could be a great councillor, but then they don't stand as a councillor because if they don't become the mayor, they don't want to be a councillor. So you potentially lose good people who decide they only want to be the mayor and that's it. So it's a tough ask, I suppose, for people to stand for the mayoral election and maybe or maybe not stand for the council election. So that's certainly a bit of a problem. And then you've got a double mandate. And I know this is getting a bit technical, but the mayor can say, well, I've got the mandate from the people to go this way. The rest of the councillors can say, well, we've got a mandate from the people to go this way. And then you end up with an argument about who's got the mandate, who's got the stronger mandate. So again, probably getting a little bit technical there. So look, you may expect that I would be all in favour of this because at the last election, I think my votes were the highest individual. Councillor Cowley was second, Councillor Wright was third, Councillor Shouter was fourth, Councillor Ryan was fifth, and the mayor came in sixth. But I support fully the process we've got here in that I don't think a popular elected mayor is the best way to go forward for a council, despite the impact that maybe Councillor Toynton might have had in 2 months' time when people were saying, yes, it's great to see that Councillor Toynton's putting his hand up. So I certainly won't be voting in favour of this. This debate has come up at previous councils, and each time we've talked about it and not gone ahead with it. And I think that's the right way to go about it this time as well.
Further debate, councillors. Councillor Toynton.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So what I'm hearing so far from my fellow colleagues is that further information is required. Would it be possible to defer this to a workshop until we've got all the information that is required to make an informed decision?
So you're moving to defer to a workshop? Withdraw it?
Either withdraw or defer to a workshop. If we go to a workshop, we can see what we're in for, and then we're still making a decision whether we proceed with it then or if we don't. But happy to move to defer to a workshop.
Right, move to defer this to a workshop, seconded by, just get some advice here. Deferred to allow, so it would be changed to this one, item referred. So if the seconder, Councillor Richardson, you seconded that, do you agree to change to this? Yes, Councillor Toynton, that's your, okay. Councillors, that we defer it to a workshop. Okay, everyone happy with that?
So just to clarify, Mr Mayor, so has Councillor Toynton withdrawn the first motion and this is now a new motion that's been brought forward? Is that what we're doing from a technicality here?
It's changing it with the seconder agreeing to the little changes.
question I'd have for you, and I haven't thought this through enough, Mr Mayor, but is that too different from the original motion that was brought forward to not allow that to be changed that dramatically? Because this wasn't talking about a workshop, this wasn't talking about any report. I don't know, I'm just asking the question whether or not maybe it should be at a future meeting rather than just changing it around. Is it too different?
Right, let's. So it's not a direct negative, so it's probably okay to rule in order that Councillor Toynton's changed that one, and we just put it to a workshop and get some further information at a later date. All right. Further debate on that? No. Councillor Toynton, right of reply to anything? Are you happy with that? Happy with that, thank you. Okay, let's vote on that. We'll put that. Please open the voting. Please cast your votes. Councillor Ryan's in favour. It's carried 10 votes to 1. Next notice of motion, we have 9.2. Wallerawang to Gwabagar Railway. Councillor Toynton, would you like to move your motion?
Moved as per the papers.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Chowdhury. Thank you. Councillor Toynton, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yep, thank you, Mr Mayor. So the reasoning for this motion is we've seen, as a result of the Great Western Highway closure, impacts to our assets, our businesses such as the zoo, the Old Abo Jail, and I could imagine a large portion of private enterprises. So I thought, well, there is a line that runs around there. And then it got me thinking, if we were able to lean on the state and or federal government to reopen that line, the time for it is now while they're still working with that highway. But the other thing is we can capitalise as a region, so not just us, but what's happening in Mudgee, where they have Wings, Wheels and Wine, they have the Henry Lawson Festival at Goldgong, and then further away we have the Dolly Parton Festival at Narromine. This would give us a chance to draw people who are already coming here for those events and functions. This gives them a greater chance to say, well, if they're conscious about reducing fatigue on the road, they don't want to drive, we can still get these people out here, and if they're coming that far, we may be able to just get them to come that little bit further, and that would entice other events to our region because the means to get these people here are there. Instead of having just one direct from Sydney to us, we can capitalise on things that are going on in the area around us. And I feel as though this motion makes us have best use of the Mindimara rail facility here in Dubbo. We alleviate a lot of rail congestion. We can see a boost to rail freight. It gets a lot of vehicles off the roads. As a rail service that would operate between Mudgee and here, we see less people working on that Gollan Road, which the state government doesn't seem to want it, and the cost to maintain it are astronomical. So if we can do anything we can to lean on the government to give us some support to get that and benefit us, I feel that's a win for our region.
Thank you. Further debate, councillors? Councillor Ivey.
Sorry if I appear a doomsayer a little bit, but I must admit, Councillor Toynton, I don't understand your motion. Fixing up the Wallerawang to Gwabagar rail line will do absolutely naught for the closure of the Great Western Highway at Victoria Pass. It's nowhere near it. So on the contrary, it would take probably resources away from improving or fixing the bridge and improving that access through down Victoria Pass. So I don't understand that. Your comment in there that it presently takes, it causes a detour of 3 to 5 hours. It doesn't. It takes probably an extra 20 minutes, half an hour, the detour that's there. As far as requesting that rail line be completed and reopened, as far as attracting visitors to our area, again, on the contrary, that doesn't go anywhere. The railway line doesn't go anywhere near, it doesn't go in our LGA at all. It actually would take people away from our area to other sectors in the state. So I just don't see the logic of doing it. And on the contrary, I think actually writing to the Minister to ask for priority to be given actually would reduce the standing of this council in the Minister's eyes. So I will vote against it.
Thank you. Further debate, councillors. Councillor Dickerson.
Yeah, look, I would actually ask if it's okay if Councillor Thomas answered just a question on that, because I'm looking at the map here now, Lithgow up to Grobagar, through Mudgee. It doesn't, as Councillor I've said, it doesn't touch our LGA. I would be interested in Councillor Toynton's thought process here, how this will bring more people into our LGA. It might help Mudgee, but that probably doesn't help us. And as much as we like Mudgee, I don't represent Mudgee, I represent WA Regional Council LGA. So if it's okay with you, Mr Mayor, I'd love to hear how Councillor Toynton sees that this railway line that goes north from Royerwang to Grobagar is going to help our LGA.
Should Councillor Toynton choose to, doesn't have to, answer that?
Yep. Connects to the Dubbo line at the Troy Junction on the Marygowan line.
Thank you. Further debate, councillors? Councillor Cowley.
I thank you, Mr Mayor, and I certainly understand Councillor Toynton's concern about the impact of the closure of that second route over the mountains. Do we have? Can anybody shed any light on what the Wallerawang to Wobbegar rail line reopening might look like cost-wise, and the line that you mentioned from Marygowan? Do we have any idea of what that might cost?
To
And
the
a
General
timeline?
Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you to the Director of Infrastructure.
Thank you, and through you, Mr Mayor. Transport for New South Wales is the owner of the line. Back in 2020, they did a feasibility study between Kandos and Gulgong. That's about a 92 kilometre section of rail. And I only just picked it up this morning, so I'll go to the number, which was a final cost estimate which had 20% contingency in it, was 298 million for that. I have, now this is back of the envelope figures as well, sort of extrapolated that sort of information for the whole length, and it's about 811 million as a range from 811 to about 1 billion in terms of what would be required to fully reinstate that. The one thing I will say is that was based on a freight content only, so that was about getting vehicles off the road, so it was a freight-driven feasibility study. And those numbers are, as I said, very rubbery in terms of extrapolating that, but they were the figure of that's in the report that's basically been done by Transport for New South Wales, remembering 2020 figures as well. So there has been significant cost escalation since then.
Councillor Cowley, further question? No. Councillor Chowdhury.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just a little bit confused. So, as we're saying, is Councillor Taunton need to add like a Dubbo into there, or it will cover Dubbo as per the plan?
Councillor Taunton, would you like to answer Councillor Chowdhury's?
Yep, I thought it was clear that the line does meet up there, but I'd be happy to add that too for clarity for Councillor Chowdhury, as he's rightly pointed out, just to make sure that it is crystal clear in there. We can add that.
All right. Further debate, councillors? Councillor Wright.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Look, I'm a bit of a Debbie Downer too, to not make Councillor Toynton, but I can't support this either. Transport for New South Wales obviously have a limited budget that they're at this stage. We're struggling to get some money out of them to replace a repair of Bridget Geary, and I'd probably prefer the money go there. And I'm a bit the same. I can't really see that. I'm all for promoting our region and business in our region especially, but I certainly can't see any benefit of this in the short term, especially with the time frames planned for the repair of the Blue Mountains crossing. So I think by the time they even look at this, hopefully we're driving our cars back over the Blue Mountains again, hopefully. So.
Thank you. Further debate, councillors? I'll just quickly say that, look, the new passenger trains, regional fleet, once they get going, there's a huge opportunity out this way because the trains will be running back and forward empty to increase the passenger numbers. And there's also an opportunity to go across to Port of Newcastle should they fill in the rest of the line that way with freight. So there's options out there. I think that, look, I'll support it because there's lots of people want to see their rail line reinstituted around the place. So, look, anything we can do to talk to the state and federal governments about increasing the rail, especially those couple of things that I mentioned earlier, is the way to go. Further debate, councillors? There being none, we'll go back to the mover, Councillor Toynton, for a right of reply to anything.
No, thank you, Mr Mayor. So just going to the Director of Infrastructure's early point that the rough figures, I feel that a motion like this, if it was passed, would bolster a bit of confidence in businesses considering the state and federal governments ultimately axed the Inland Rail project and then decided to give us nothing in the state budget. I think it's time they take the padlocks off the pockets, let the moths out and put some money towards us. And yes, Scouting Flat Bridge is one of the high things up there among other demands that we should be making for our region, and continually lean on these people until they say, okay, we will throw some money towards you to either shut you up or get it done. But no, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll put that motion. Governance, please open the voting. Please cast your votes. We've got Councillor Ryan has, hang on, we've got Councillor Ryan voted for that one. Where's our votes gone? We'll start again. We'll do it again. Please cast your votes again, councillors. And Councillor Ryan's for, so that's going to be carried 6 votes to 5. Next, we have 9.3 business support in the Dubbo local government area. Councillor Chowdhury, would you like to move your motion?
Thank you, as per the business paper.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Cowley. We've got a couple of conflicts to declare. Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I have a pecuniary significant interest in this motion as I own a business in the area discussed, so I'll be leaving the room.
Thank you. And Councillor Toynton.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I declare the same significant pecuniary conflict of interest as I own and operate business within the LGA, as well as immediate family that operate a business in the LGA, so I will leave the room while this matter is being discussed.
Thank you very much. Councillor Butler.
Could I also do the same as I own a business? I think I might just head out as well.
Okay, significant interest. Pecuniary significant interest, Councillor Butler. Okay. All right. Councillor Ivey.
Ask a question. I hadn't really considered that I had a conflict of interest, but I own a business in the area. Should I declare a conflict of interest too?
It's up to...
And Councillor Wright, you do too, don't you? Councillor Dickerson.
You can seek advice. You can seek advice from governance, but ultimately it's up to the council law to decide if they have a conflict on how they're going to manage that. So it's up to you, Councillor Ivey.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll decide that I haven't.
All right, thank you. Councillor Chowdhury.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My motion is pretty simple and clear because, as you know, here is in this room there's a lot of small business owners are sitting here, and we know how hard at this moment to compete with this online shopping and various other competition our small businesses are taking. So my motion is like at this moment that council to help these small businesses and to they have like a whole life cycle, what sort of help they are giving and how that other government agencies can help our small businesses. Also we have a lot of young people they graduating from the high school and from the university. So if this stakeholders can come together and do some sort of helping and promoting or also mentoring this our young people to set up a business in our region, that will be big gainer for our region, because we can see if we walk on the main street, there's a lot of empty shops are in here. So I think through this report, we can do some sort of a analysis and bring it to the councillors to see what sort of help, and then community can be there'll be some sort of awareness to the community through council, what sort of help they can get, and especially for the startup business people, that they can come and where do they have to contact. So that sort of thing, if council can provide through this motion, I would like to achieve. Thank you.
Thank you. Further debate. Councillor Cowley.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Chowdhury for the motion. I had the great fortune last week, time flies when you're having fun, to attend the Dubbo Business Chamber's Women in Business event, and it was just fantastic to be in the room with so many young and dynamic business leaders. The fact that they happened to be women was an added bonus. But I note that just this week, Council has launched the Small Business Grants Program, which is a really encouraging initiative, and I hope that eligible businesses take advantage of that. And noting that it's a pilot program, perhaps through you, Mr Mayor, I might ask one of the directors to, perhaps for the benefit of those following along at home, to just explain what the eligibility criteria of that grants program is, and to just give us a brief overview.
To the General Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you to the Acting Director, Strategy, Partnerships and Engagement.
Thank you, and through you, Mr Mayor. Yes, the Small Business Program pilot is basically really about encouraging small business to expand what they currently have. That could be everything from improving their shop fronts to potentially building their own capacity to increase their business and grow their business. We are doing it within a pilot program to see how it runs for this year within the current operating budget, and then we'll reassess and look to hopefully expand next year.
Councillor Cowley, further. Thank you. Further debate. Councillors. Councillor Wright.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Yeah, well done, Councillor Chowdhury, for this one. I know there's a lot of small businesses that are doing it a little bit tough at the moment in the current environment, which obviously was highlighted again by Councillor Toynton's motion to try and drum up a bit of business for people visiting the area. A few years ago, Dubbo Council partnered up with the Chamber and a couple of other small businesses to deliver a program, like a business development type program that ran over a couple of weeks. It was very successful, I believe, at the time. And Small Business Month is coming up again in October, so the timing of this one probably bodes quite well with respect to the timing of Small Business Month. Councillor Cowley mentioned the grant program from Council, and New South Wales State Government, they used to involve themselves as well in a small business type program whereby funds could be applied to through Chamber of Commerce or councils to partner up with local community to deliver those types of events. So there may well be some funding opportunities there as well. So, but yeah, happy to support this one, Councillor Chowdhury. Yeah, very good.
Thank you. We've got Councillor Ryan online with a comment.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Can you hear me there?
Yep, and see you.
Yep, cheers. Look, yes, when I read this motion from Councillor Chowdhury, I thought, how good is this? Like Councillor Wright said, Small Business Month coming up in October, but a lot of our small businesses are really doing it tough at the moment. So any help and guidance that they can get would be, financially and working wise to make it a better thing is more than what they need. So yeah, happy to support this. Thanks.
Thank you. Further debate, councillors. I'll just quickly say small businesses, most people are employed in small businesses. When you look around the place, there's a large government workforce as well, but small to medium-sized enterprises are the heart and soul of our LGA, so a very welcome addition, anything we could do there. Anyone else? Before we go back to Councillor Chowdhury. Councillor Chowdhury, write a reply.
No, thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Governance, we'll put that. Please open the voting. Please cast your votes. And Councillor Ryan online. Carried unanimously. Please bring the other councillors back into the room. Next, we have motion 9.4, motion for Local Government New South Wales Annual Conference. Councillor Toynton, would you like to move your motion?
Moved as per the business papers.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Butler. Councillor Toynton, would you like to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I feel as though it's pretty self-explanatory in the notes that the Minister continually changes the way and the scope in which we work, the standards that we're held to, that we're basically being treated like this is a full-time job with full-time commitments, with very little time for other things in our life, whether it be family, friends, other employment, etc., etc. So I feel as though to put this forward at LG New South Wales, at their conference, other councils may feel the same way. This may resolve something with the Minister. He may shrug it off and say, no, we're doing things my way. But I feel it is worth a shot to put something forward at the annual conference. Thank you.
Thank you. Further debate, councillors. Councillor Wright.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Council's previously submitted something to LG New South Wales, and it was more talking about removing the decision making from councillors to determine their own remuneration. And I know we put that forward previously, and I don't know if that's an item that Councillor Toynton might want to add to this. From councillors from day one, it is drilled into us the whole importance around conflict of interest. Yet the state government still insist on councillors bringing a motion to council and voting on their own remuneration, which is probably one of the biggest conflicts of interest I've come across as a councillor. So I'd love to see a push for the state government to remove that from councillors' decision-making process, and maybe it'd be passed down from above rather than from us as councillors.
Further debate, councillors. Councillor Toynton, a question?
I'm happy to add that point raised by Councillor Wright to the motion.
Which one was that? Seeking
to add that it makes sure that councillors don't set their own pay rate. It's determined at a level of the Office of Local Government or the Ministry, rather than us basically saying I know we are on a...
We'll just get some wording on that. And then we'll go to the seconder, Councillor Butler. We'll just... Wording you had in mind, Councillor Wright?
Maybe something along the lines, Mr. Mayor, that LG NSW formally seek a review of the current process of councillors determining or determining their own remuneration within the guidelines, and transferring that responsibility back to state government. Something along those lines, maybe.
We'll just get that typed up. Councillor Butler, are you happy with that? Thanks. Right. Point E, was it? Removing the onus from the elected body of determining their own remuneration. Point E. Happy with that? Councillor Butler as a seconder. Happy with that? Okay. All right. So removing the onus, blah, blah, everything as before. We go on with debate. Councillor Dickerson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, Councillor Toynton, but I just feel like this is the wrong priority at the wrong time. There is a cost of living pressure that residents in this LGA, in this state, and this nation are under, and we should be using the local conference, the Local Government New South Wales Conference, to really be advocating for our community, to really be putting forward things to LGNSW to be approved by the conference, to then go to the state government to really advocate for things that we want in our community. And I just don't feel comfortable going to this major conference with all our fellow councillors across the state there and saying, can we have some more money, please? I just don't know. That's what we should be doing. We should be advocating much stronger for other things there. We all knew the small amount of pay that we were going to receive when we stood for council. Despite that, we all stood for council knowing that it wasn't a huge amount of money. But I think everyone around the table stood not thinking this was a wage, not thinking this was going to be our main form of income or our job. We thought we wanted to do something good for the community. And the fact that you do get paid a little bit of money for your time is a secondary benefit, I think, for most councillors, certainly in this room and across the state. So I think pushing forward with making sure that we're doing the best thing for our community, making sure we're doing it in the full knowledge that we get a small amount of money. And the only part I would agree with is make it so that we don't determine our own remuneration, because it's a very uncomfortable feeling every year when we put up a hand and vote for a pay increase for ourselves. So I'd rather that. But on the overall motion, I really just can't support it. Sorry, Councillor Taunton, because I just feel like there are more important things that we can do at the conference rather than ask for some more money.
Councillor Chowdhury.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I would be voting against this one because I don't think like at this moment we are talking about on if we open the Facebook and if we talk to the community, they're asking for we're not requesting us to not to rate rise or some other the other way to minimize their cost, and now we are asking more remuneration. And as Councillor Dickerson has mentioned, like when we ran for council, we knew like there will be minimum sort of allowances, and we accepted that one because of we already a lot of people in here, they do a lot of volunteer works in for the community. So I'll be really not comfortable to vote for this one. But also through you, Mr. Mayor, to ask to the governance, is that the last one is contradictory with the full motion? Thank you.
No, I don't think so, but we can get some advice from governance if you would like on that one to the General Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you to the Director of Organisational Performance.
No, that's just that's just changing the way that it gets approved. So not having the report that traditionally comes to council for approval to vote for you to vote on the wage increases each year.
Further debate, councillors. Councillor Cowley.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I agree with some of my other council colleagues here. I do see the allure, and as somebody who has come into this role and embraced it, and tried to be at every envelope opening and go to be involved and turn up to everything possible, I have worked out over the months I've been in this chamber that very often I'm doing for the love of it, or at least for minimum wage. But so I understand the basis for the motion, and there's certainly an argument to be waged, if you'll pardon the pun, for paying councillors according to the contributions that they make. However, this is not intended as a full-time role, and unless you're the mayor, which I personally do think should be considered a full-time role and paid accordingly, but for me, we are mere mortals. We put our hand up, as Councillor Dickerson said, knowing that this was not going to pay us anything within a bull's roar of a living wage. And unfortunately, I think there is also an argument to be waged that fact alone sometimes could be argued that effectively is a barrier to people who might otherwise make a terrific contribution, and that is regrettable. But I also take the point at a time when cost of living is biting so hard. I'm not comfortable about even remotely considering the idea of paying us more. I do agree that with point 2 that council the role of councillors involves significant responsibilities, but we do have a panel of very well remunerated and very accomplished executive directors. There's an old saying about having your dog and doing your own barking. So for mine, the idea of paying councillors also leaves our community quite vulnerable to those who look down on the heads of our residents and see stepping stones to higher office. And I think at the moment, and that has local government has long been considered that launching pad, but at the moment, those who do aspire have to at least do the hard yards for very little pay. So the other thing is, if all you're going to do is turn up to the occasional meeting, then it's actually pretty good pocket money, to be honest. So I understand that for some this might sound like a privilege, and it certainly is, but I came into this role because I saw it as an extension of the community service that I've done over many years to the region. So I see this job as a calling, not a career, but that's just me.
Thank you. Further debate, councillors? I'll just very quickly say, look, I don't completely disagree with everything here, and it comes up a lot at country mayors meetings and talking to other people around the place. So I'm sure that this will come up from another council to the LG conference later this year, and I'm very keen for it to come from another council rather than from us. But I think that you look at what councillors get in other states, I think there's a bit of a lack of recognition of councillors in regional areas, that we run tips, airports, sewer and water, look after gravel roads, spray weeds, all the things that don't happen in the metro areas. There needs to be a bit of a review of what regional councillors do compared to metro councillors, but because the metros seem to dominate everything, that doesn't seem to get a look in. But on the whole, I won't vote for this, but on the whole, I am very sympathetic to it, and I'm sure that it will come from another council to the LG conference later in the year. Further debate, councillors? There being none, we go back to the mover for right of reply.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this has been lost in translation. This is not about saying, hey, give us more money. This is about saying that the minister continually changes the goalposts to say, all right, yep, you're remunerated at this, but then suddenly you can't attend meetings by audio visual anymore, then you can, then you can't, then you can have briefings, then you can't. So if the goalposts are continually being moved, as well as, I mean, when we started, we can look back, those of us who drove internal combustion engines, I know a lot of people probably saying boo hiss, but fuel was nowhere near as dear as it is now, and we're still covered the same way as when it was far, far cheaper. The other thing, I'll go to Councillor Dickerson's point about using LG NSW as an opportunity to put things forward to the benefit of our residents and ratepayers. Any reason why we put nothing forward at the last one?
Thank you. Governance, please open the voting. Please cast your votes. Councillor Ryan's against. That's lost 1 vote to 10. Next up, we have 9.5, marking the 60th anniversary of the proclamation of Dubbo as a city. And I'll move that with I'll move an alternative motion that Council investigate marking the 60th anniversary of the proclamation of Dubbo as a city, which occurred in September 1996, and allocate a budget of up to $5,000 from the governance budget. Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Chowdhury. Look, 60th anniversary, it's a big event in town. I looked at some old footage, and Sir Roden Cutler, and we don't have to recreate all of that, but it'd be good to mark that, and I think that staff will come up with some creative ways to do that online and other bits and pieces that they will do without necessarily needing to recreate the whole event. I'll leave it at that. Thank you. Further debate, councillors. Councillor Dickerson.
So, of course, you said September there. It was 12th of September that we were officially declared a city. So are you planning for the 12th of September this year, which will be a Saturday, which will be quite a nice day to do it? Is that the intention, or you're just saying sometime in September?
Well, that'd be determined by the staff in charge of all of this. Happy to work with the staff. I'm sure the staff will be happy for any input from councillors. Further debate, councillors. Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I was very excited when this first was mentioned about organising something for the 60th birthday. I'm going to put out my date of birth there. I can vividly remember standing in Talbragar Street out the front of Walton's store watching the parade. So I don't want to relive that memory again. But it's just something that sticks with you, I think. Do you have vivid memories of important occasions like that? And I do remember seeing the Governor-General.
Thank you. Further debate. Councillor Wells.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What a great idea. I think it'd be great for us to showcase Dubbo, Dubbo and the LGA as a city. I have a question though. Is $5,000 enough budget to do that?
To the General Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, I think, as it says to investigate, we can investigate within that budget that's been allocated, and if the investigation comes back that we may need more, then we'll come back to councillors seeking that.
Further? Gold. Further questions or debate, councillors? Councillor Richardson, a question?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. Just a question. The $5,000 budget, does that include staff wages?
General Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you, I think this is part of normal business as usual, that we'd be able to look at undertaking this event through our staff wage budget, so that wouldn't be additional.
Further debate, councillors? There being none, I don't really need a right of reply, but anyone who wants to have input, contact the staff on that one. Governance, please open the voting. Please cast your votes. Councillor Ryan's in favour, carried unanimously. Next up, we have 9.6 New South Wales Public Library funding. Councillor Cowley, would you like to move your motion?
Yes, thank you. So moved.
And a seconded by Councillor Chowdhury. Councillor Cowley, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. I think this is all pretty self-explanatory for those who have read the paper. So I won't add too much more, only to say that in seeking your support, colleagues, may I remind you, and for those playing along at home as well, that this Thursday, as in day after tomorrow, the 30th, is open day at our libraries in Dubbo, Wellington, Narromine, Trangie, Coonabarabran, and Dunedin and Coolah, which is the Macquarie Regional Library cohort. So if you've not been to a library in a while, go on in and have a sticky beak at your local library, and you'll see that these really are not just places for borrowing books anymore. They are the frontline social community hubs of our communities in our region, and they're connection points. They're places where all kinds of people from all kinds of imaginable demographics gather. And if you don't need to take my word for it, just have a look at the stats that come before us every month. The consistently robust numbers, I can vouch for myself, and the diversity of people that use our libraries is extraordinary. So this is the kind of social infrastructure that directly delivers on this New South Wales government's own social justice agenda and livability agenda in real time every single day. So I note that the Feds this week announced the Financial Assistance Grants Program for councils across the nation. So councillors, I would welcome your support for this motion that essentially asks their state counterparts to, if you'll pardon the pun, read the room and fund our libraries accordingly and fairly.
Thank you. Further debate, councillors? There being none, we will put that to the vote. Please open the voting. Please cast your votes. Councillor Ryan's in favour. Carried unanimously. Next, we have 9.7 Boree Solar Project. Objection to the proposed Boree Solar Project. Councillor Butler, would you like to move your motion?
Yes, I would, thank you. That the council formally declares that it objects to the proposed Boree Solar Project in recognising the significant concerns raised by residents, landholders and the broader community regarding the scale, location, strategic land use, conflict, impacts of productive agricultural land, future growth, planning for Giri, and the potential environmental, social and infrastructural impacts on the development. And then the rest so moved.
As per the papers.
Yes, as per the paper. Yep.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Chowdhury. Councillor Butler, would you like to speak to that?
Point of order, Mr Mayor.
Yes,
Clause
Councillor Dixon.
2.1 of our Code of Meeting Practice says that we must make decisions that are informed. Decisions are based on relevant quality information. And here we've got a motion that's asking us to object to something that we don't have a statutory assessment, we don't have all the information. I don't understand how we can possibly object to something looking at clause 2.1 of our Code of Meeting Practice before we've got all the relevant information.
I'd say that I won't uphold that point of order for the following reasons: that we have had a lot of information from the Boree group emailed to us as councillors that's covered a lot of things, and anyone who's been to the Boree the project event energy information sessions that they've had would have been able to get some information there, sessions that were invited to. So I will rule that I'll rule the whole motion in order and continue on that. Thank you. Councillor Butler.
Thank you, councillors, and thank you to the people that have turned up. And I just wanted to reiterate, when I prayed, I quoted G.K. Chesterton, and I'll just read it again because I do quite like it, and I think it's very applicable. The true soldier fights not because he hates what's in front of him, but because he loves what is behind him. And that, I think, encapsulates very well what's happening here, where this motion as put forward in the papers was to support those who are impacted by this industry that is attempting to take over their land. And so I just want to encourage you, keep the fight up. You are true soldiers. So thank you for all your efforts. But I'd like to just bring up the main points. I feel there's many, many points, but if I could bring it under two subheadings, the first, and I would suggest the most important, is the impact on residents. And unfortunately in this world today, I think in a corporate environment, the temptation to put profits in front of people is large. And it's particularly easy to do if you're a multinational who lives in Canada or Turkey, because apparently that's where Venergy comes, is a Turkish-Canadian joint venture of some sort. And I would suggest if I lived on the other side of the world, I would have no understanding of exactly what was happening to the people on the ground in that area when you're literally a world away. So I don't necessarily believe that the corporates would understand what is actually going on in the minds and the hearts of the people that are affected by this. And they're the ones that I want to support tonight. Can you imagine if you live next door to 1,000 panels or thousands of panels, and just like in the North Badangra, they caught fire? The smoke and the toxic fumes, this is not just smoke like a bushfire. It's actually toxic fumes. If it covered your property and you were there, how do you escape? I don't know. I don't think they've answered any of that. And I think it's a very real possibility as demonstrated in recent history. Geary does flood quite a bit. I've driven through it many times, and particularly down the Wellington end where the statue is, it's often, you could almost get the old boat races going down there. So I would hate to see it even worse, which I believe this would do. I don't think they're going to really help in regards to the flooding. Biodiversity is going impacted. There's 28 species of bird that inhabit that area. State significant agricultural land is a significant part of that whole area. And look, I don't think we can necessarily, it's like having money and spending it recklessly, right? The agricultural land is what feeds us. I don't think that's an asset that can be necessarily thrown around with reckless abandon. Obviously, there will be impact on the roads for those around there with the oversized, overmass loads. And some people obviously have already mentioned tonight in the panel, in the forum, the incredible visual amenity problems. If you live up a higher on elevation, screening is not going to do anything for you. And then these proponents, they've said, oh, well, we contribute money. Well, do they? I mean, 4 farms that would be taken up by this place would contribute far more money than any proponent ever gives, I think by a factor of 4. So I don't think that's a real point. And others have said, well, why do it now? I think silence sends a message too, doesn't it? If you're a proponent and you're advancing something and nobody's saying anything, you might think that that silence is approval. So I want to make it clear, and I believe the people here tonight want to make it clear that it's not approval. We don't approve. So that is the impact to the residents. The other thing that came up as well, brought very clearly by the forum, was that the proponent is not up to spec. And I would say that the engagement was less than adequate. And I'm sure that there would be agreements on that. There's a lot of dissatisfied residents, and I'm sure a number of councillors have been approached to say that. Their track record is not good in Cuba in Victoria and Lambooka in Tamworth. The same thing is happening there, guys. They're losing land, they're stressed out. There's all these issues of fire and flood that aren't being addressed properly. So in finishing, because I obviously need to wind up, people are not obstacles to progress. People are this community. And that's my concern, is that people are being seen as obstacles to progress. They're not. They're actually what we're here for. And if the profits impinge on that, then we have to reassess the profits. Our people come first. And I hope that the council understands that, and I know the forum does. So thank you for your time. Thank you for allowing me to speak. And I really ask my fellow councillors to please support this and support our community at the same time. Thank you.
Further debate, councillors. Councillor Chowdhury and then Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. The resident came tonight. Last all this month, like every meeting, this group of people always attend the meeting. So there is a serious concern. Otherwise, they're not leaving their family behind and sitting here listening to us every meeting. I'm so lucky. Councillor Cowley and I went, and the resident took us to drive up there, and it is really heartbreaking when you see this prime agricultural land is how they're gonna proponent gonna destroy. So my request would be to this community, like a Bush Summit is coming. Our Prime Minister will be in our town, and the relevant ministers are coming to our town to ask to the Prime Minister and the relevant minister why the Prime Minister and relevant minister not assessing the scope to Sydney and other part of the city industrial area to covering their solar panel on this industrial roof rather than destroying our prime agricultural land. Thank you.
Thank you. Further debate, Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to definitely support Councillor Butler's motion regarding this. I know there'll be some people here tonight that their whole opinion is that we just have to roll over and accept it, that it's going to happen. However, I believe that if you get a lot of little voices together, they become big voices. And we can be a big voice and show the higher ups in the state government that we support what our residents want. And that's what we're voted in for, not for our own personal opinions. I also wanted to bring into perspective as well the impact of this whole Boree and Hampton Park project on people's mental and physical health. As there's a few people in the audience tonight, I won't name them, but they know who they are. I have no idea how they have done this for so long, because it breaks my heart every time I hear about it. So thumbs up to you, and I will support you any way I can.
Thank you. Further debate, Councillor Wells.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to support this, of course, and was one of the councillors that had the opportunity to go out and have a look at the area. And just to add to this, one of the other reasons why I think it's important to support this and put messages out there to any proponent types in the future is that when you're doing these types of things to land, are we doing the appropriate site surveys for cultural reasons? How many bits and pieces of the land are going to be damaged and potential sites just be, dismissed? And that's a real concern for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ivey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My main concern with this whole issue is that we follow good professional process. And just to recap where we're up to with this whole thing, the Venn Energy conducted some not very adequate surveys, consultation. They prepared a document which perhaps was insufficient in some ways. That became the scoping study, and that was submitted to the Department of Planning. And out of that submission, then the Department of Planning says, before this project can be approved or before it can even be considered, Mr. Proponent, you must go out and prepare a detailed EIS. You must prepare a fully professional EIS. Now, this is not just a back of the envelope thing. This EIS will be, which will take perhaps up to 2 years to prepare. This EIS will cover over on a whole lot of issues. In fact, I've counted up, there really are 11 major points which this EIS will cover out on. That includes the 8 points which I counted up, Councillor Butler mentioned. So this EIS, which will cost hundreds of thousands of dollars by professional people who stake their reputation on it, will be the basis on which the community will then have to make a decision. That is the point when we should be having the debate. When the EIS is there, when it's made some recommendations, when it's, well, perhaps it's not even made the recommendations, it's put the facts and figures there that we can, as a professional organisation, as a council that should be looking at things in a expert and a decent way, can make a decision. At this stage, I defy any of councillors really to have good information on which to make a decision on the costs versus the benefits of this project. Look, there are undoubtedly costs and disadvantages to the projects. They must be addressed. But there will also be significant advantages, and we should be conscious of those advantages. We could be go to the Geary community and say, out of this project will probably be somewhere around $250,000 a year indexed for the next 30 years that can be spent on community benefits to Geary and the surrounding areas. And I think we'll probably say within the community of Geary, some people will say, look, okay, let's look at that in a cold, hard light of day. Maybe that has got some advantages to our community, provided that as many of the disadvantages that exist can be offset and can be negated, and that can be done through a proper EIS. So I may well oppose this project when I've got some decent information, but the information that I have got so far, I do believe is not adequate on which to make an informed decision. I want to wait till the EIS comes in. Thank you.
Further debate? Councillor Wright.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and thanks again to everyone who did present their views on this tonight. Obviously, it's a pretty emotional and passionate topic. I'll probably echo the sentiments of Councillor Ivey. There is an EIS in process at the moment. I'm sure it'll be a pretty extensive document. And I know we talked about visual amenity, proximity to dwellings, all those other impacts, which I'm assuming, as a mere councillor, that will be presented in an EIS. The question I then had, though, was at what point then, what is that process when the EIS comes out? Maybe some timeframes about how long it is on display for, and what opportunities this council has to put forward submissions regarding the adequacy of that document.
The General Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you to the Director of Development and Environment.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, in terms of timeframes, I'll just talk about the environmental impact statement. So yes, we understand that they're currently preparing their reports, which are part of the EIS process. We haven't had any consultation with them. I think April was the last consultation we had with them. In respect of consultation with community, when the EIS is lodged with the Department of Planning, the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act has a requirement for 28 days for public exhibition. So that's also the time that we're given as a council, as a local government authority, to assess what can be a very, very detailed, or should be, sorry, not can be, should be a very, very detailed document and the like, and to do that detailed assessment. From there, you will recall that council did see the draft SEARS at that stage earlier in the process. So what will happen, we will provide a report up to council for your consideration, which will include basically as much of our submission that we can obviously try and meet those very, very tight timelines as well. So that will come forward to you as the elected body for consideration there as well. So in terms of timing, obviously with, I'm not quite sure. It might be later this year or early next year in respect to when we might see that EIS. What happens when it goes into the Department of Planning, there is an adequacy process that they follow. So we might not see it in terms of council and the public. So we see it exactly the same time the public see it. So we might not see it exactly the day it's lodged with the department because they have that adequacy process to follow. But yeah, we've got that same time that the public has as well. 28 days, it's not a lot of time.
Councillor Wright, further.
Just so following up on that, due to the size and complexity of that document, have you seen requests made back to proponents to have that time frame extended, especially when there's such interest in it from a local perspective here as well?
The General Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you to the Director of Development and Environment.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, in my experience, the department does seem to give some minimal leeway. So it's not a blanket, yep, you can have 3 months to put a submission in. We would be also advocating from the staff level to try and have more time, because even for our process as well, it's not a lot of time to get that detailed assessment done and also to get a report prepared for you to consider as well.
Councillor Wright, further. Councillor Dickerson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's a few interesting issues in this one. You heard my point of order, which you overruled. But I really think this is against good governance. We've heard already Councillor Ivey's points. We've heard from Mr. Jennings. There is a process in place, and we're starting the process before, or starting this objection before the process has gotten anywhere near the end. So that's a concern that I can't get past in terms of that overall process. What I suppose the thing that lets me have some comfort there is that, thank goodness, we're not the consent authority. Because if we were a consent authority and we were objecting or formally objecting to a process this early in the piece, then I'd be very worried about what happens with our whole development application process, all our assessments. So the next application that comes along for a building or a business or a subdivision, we object to it before it's even been received by Mr. Jennings and any assessment's been done. So thank goodness we're not the consent authority. Thank goodness this is a state significant development and it will go through a separate process. So our objection here in the whole scheme of things probably won't make much difference. And that's okay, because I don't think we should be objecting at this stage. We've got to think about, there's one part in the rationale that says this motion is submitted in support of those impacted the proposed renewable project at Boree. And I don't think that's correct, because there are a lot of people that are impacted negatively and positively. And there are many people in our community that are impacted positively by renewable projects. An impact isn't necessarily a negative. Impacted can be you might receive some work out of it. Your business might receive some work out of it. You might receive some funds out of it. So there are many people who are impacted, and I appreciate that some people are impacted negatively, some people positively, but I don't think we can make a blanket statement to say this is in support. Objecting is in support of those impacted. No, that's not right, because objecting is only supporting people against it. It's not actually supporting those people who are in favour of it, and there are many people who are in favour of this project and a variety of projects that we've got going in our LGA. I also worry about our message that we're sending to proponents in general. Mr. Jennings typically has the challenge, and it is a challenge, to make sure we squeeze as much money out of every proponent as possible. There was only an article on ABC Radio this afternoon about Clean Energy Council saying that council should be getting more money out of proponents, which I entirely agree with. But it makes it very hard for Mr. Jennings to sit down with various proponents, and we're labelled as an anti-renewable council because we're objecting to proposals before they've even reached the end of their process. And then Mr. Jennings says, can we have some more money for council? Well, the best Mr. Jennings can do with all his skill is probably get to the point where we'll get the bare minimum, the 850 CPI or the 1050 CPI. It's very difficult to get more when we're formally objecting to these projects as they're going along. And the last thing that worries me is consistency. We've got 373 kilowatts of solar on our buildings across the LGA. So that's fantastic. We're doing a great job there. We've got our small sites, 100% powered by renewable energy. Our large sites, we've already started the process to go down the path, and by 2030, we'll be fully supporting renewable energy with our purchases. I know individual councils have got solar on their houses themselves. So we are doing things that send a message that we're going down one path, yet when it comes to this one project, we're saying we don't support this project. So I do worry about the precedent. I do worry about what happens with other assessments that some councillors don't like. And I do worry that we're going way too early with this. So I won't be supporting it. I'll be very interested to see when the whole process finishes. And then again, my opinion may be different, but at the moment, I can't support something that jumps way ahead of where it should be.
Further debate, Councillor Toynton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple of points that have been raised by my fellow councillors here. Like this process and the people in the public gallery, this has been over 12 months, a whole year of uncertainty. And we're still saying, oh, we'll just wait until this EIS is done. We'll just wait, we'll just wait, we'll just wait. But it's easy for us to sit there and say, well, it's not affecting me. I can sleep at night. I don't have to worry that someone's going to turn up tomorrow and start digging up my yard and planting solar stuff or overhead wires or whatever. But unfortunately, the people in the public gallery don't have that luxury. Every single day is uncertainty. And I think it's actually cruel that this has been strung along for so long with that uncertainty of, oh, well, we'll just wait. Like this, there's a map here that was presented to us by Peter Reid, and we've all seen this map over the last 12 months that Ven has said, this is what we're intending to do. Whether they say we're going to pull the pin on it and say we'll do it in 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, or, oh, that was all just hogwash at the pub and we're not going to go ahead with it. I don't think Councillor Dickinson's assertions that we're setting ourselves up as an anti-renewable council, we haven't set that tone. There's 32 projects and we're objecting to 2 of them, Hampton Park and Boree Solar. So I don't think we're setting that tone. I believe the very cornerstone of democracy is to listen to the people, and the people have said in plain English for the last 12 months, we do not want this. It's not because we're anti, it's because it's the wrong place for it. We're going to be impacted negatively by it. Again, I don't think the impact is positive or negative. If it's an impact, it's a hit. If it's something that you benefit from, it's an effect. But I'll be more than happy to support the motion by Councillor Butler. As I said, an objection is an objection now. So when that EIS comes, we can say, yeah, bang, there's the objection to it, because we have listened to our community, who are the ones that are saying, you guys are our council. You're supposed to be there to help us out and deal with this. Now, as we've said, we see the look of defeat in people's faces and the uncertainty, and it's up to us to do everything we possibly can to make sure that our community's concerns are heard. And this is probably one of the biggest issues, is 2 projects of the 32. So again, I'll reaffirm, I will support this motion 100%.
Thank you. Further debate, councillors. Councillor Cowley.
Thank you. I might as well have my say. Everybody else has had theirs. And I echo a number of the points. I understand where Councillor Dickinson's coming from, because it does feel a little bit like jumping the gun when the EIS is on its way. But I think Peter Reid makes a number of very good points often. But tonight, and it's something that Councillor Toynton picked up on, there are 30-odd projects in our region. And these are 2 of those. The other thing that I think gets missed a lot is that we tend to, in this whole debate, is that we tend to brush everybody with an anti-renewables brush. That's not the case. We've had some very rational arguments from all of us, and particularly from the people who, as Councillor Chowdhury quite rightly pointed out, turn up time and time and time again, and who are very passionate about this. They are not anti-renewable any more than I am anti-renewable. I'm very much pro-renewable, but I am very much anti people being bulldozed by what Mr. Edwards quite rightly said, is it's not a case of whether we should have renewables, but where we should have renewables. And I think that's something that we need to remember in this debate.
Thank you. I'll just quickly say something then. I'll say the same thing I pretty much said before. The same sort of motion came up before the Hampton Park one, where council voted to oppose that. It might be a bit of virtue signalling, because this won't necessarily push it to the Independent Planning Commission, but I think it's important that we support our community of impacted landholders and surrounding residents, and we need to draw a distinction between rooftop solar and large-scale solar out in farmland areas right next to people's houses. So, look, I'm more than happy to support this. The biggest thing that solar renewable developers are probably worried about is access to a high-voltage power line on cleared land, rather than what 11 councillors in this room tonight will say or do. when you're talking about these multi-billion-dollar international companies. So I'm happy to support that. Councillor Ryan may lose service soon, so we'll go back to the mover, Councillor Butler, for a right of reply to anything there.
Yes, thank you, sir. All right. Well, yes, thanks again. We're certainly, as Councillor Cowley says, we've had some good discussion. I'm glad we're not waiting till the EIS comes out. As I think Councillor Toynton pointed out, this is a excruciating process for those who are, left in the lurch, as it were. And look, to be honest, I don't have much confidence in these EISs and that. I think, to be honest, if you look at previous projects, they're getting free passes a lot of the time. It's like ticker box stuff. And I don't have much confidence at all in them. If you look at the CSIRO Gen Cost, they absolutely stacked that. You guys have a look at it on Google sometime. They made the nuclear the worst possible case scenario. They made the coal the worst possible case scenario. They used greenfield. They used whole new setups that weren't even developed at the time. And then they brought in renewables, and they said that's the best one. And they just made it look like they stacked the deck. And you guys can research all that if you want.
Councillor Butler,
oh, sorry.
right of reply to anything said in the debate.
Oh, yeah, yep. All right. I should write a reply. Sorry. So, yes, going back to Councillor Ivy's point, you're saying about the money coming in, 250,000. That's a pittance, really. And even he agrees with that. And 4 farms that would take that place would donate more to the community than that 250,000. So that's not a point. We do need to formally recognise what's going on here. And in that sense, silence I mentioned before is a problem because it makes you think that it's okay. One of the comments from the councillor was that we had the wrong message. No, actually it's the right message. What we're saying is that we want proponents who are quality. We don't want the rubbish guys, like what these guys have experienced. And when you get verbal abuse on someone's property, and what can I say? I mean, they're either lost, in which case they're incompetent when they trespassed onto the Pittman property, or they were intimidatory. And verbal abuse is not right anytime. So, yeah, look, we're not sending the wrong message. We're sending the right message. And this point about, some may be impacted positively. Yeah, that's right. You get the odd person gets $2 million, sure. That's a very positive impact. Why wouldn't you? But we need to live in a fair transition, don't we? It needs to be equitable. And that is not equitable. And I think it's far more affected negatively than positively. I think the councillor here made it sound like we were couching it in terms of anti-renewables. I think he's conflating things and he's confusing things. There's category errors here. What we're talking about is a community that's being impacted, that is being stressed out, that is being hurt. That is the primary issue. The secondary issue is whatever you believe in renewable energy. So I really don't agree with that point at all. I think that's just plain wrong. And so it's not inconsistent at all. Like he talked about, and the mayor mentioned that too, that having solar panels on your roof doesn't mean that you're somehow hypocritical when you oppose an industrial scale. I think that we need to just put that to bed. That is just such an invalid argument. It's not funny. I wish we could just stop hearing that. That's like people who say, the sun's free and the wind's free, so therefore this is all wonderful. It's just a real category error. And then I find too, these people have luxury beliefs. Luxury beliefs. They are not affected by this. In fact, they might actually be benefiting from it. And they can sit there and go, it's okay, it's fine, that's not affecting me, and it's all for the greater good. Well, that's nice if you're in some ivory tower somewhere, but if you're actually on the ground and you're a hurting person, that doesn't mean anything to you, does it? So look, I just want to, unfortunately I see that all too often, not only here, but also in upper levels of government, luxury beliefs. It doesn't affect them, so they vote for it, whatever they want, and I'm concerned that it's ideologically driven, not people driven. Again, I said it in previous before, we want people before profits. And that is the key. We're here for the people. We're not here for the international. I mean, who wants to be here for a Turkish-Canadian company? Really? How about we do what the people want? So the main point is it's in the wrong place. And Councillor Cowley brought that up. 32 projects, I think she said. 2 that we're opposing. So let's actually keep the discussion on track, not get off into whether it's inconsistent to have them on your roof or that's just a furphy. So please, for the sake of the people are not obstacles to progress. They are actually what we're here for. Thank you.
Governance, please open the voting. Please cast your votes. Councillor Ryan's in favour. That's carried 8 votes to 3. Next we have 9.8, positioning Dubbo for digital infrastructure investment. Councillor Dickerson, would you like to move your motion?
So moved.
And seconded, Councillor Cowley. Councillor Dickerson, would you like to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This came about after the Prime Minister's recent announcement about AI and data centres, and I started thinking that we are in a perfect spot to take advantage of this, but I am not an expert on all of this, so hence I'm asking for some information, asking for our General Manager to come up with a report to see how we are positioned, if there's any way we can take advantage of this. I think this is a once-in-a-generation opportunity. We have got a Prime Minister who's saying it's important enough that they're changing national policy around AI, around data centres. There obviously are a number of places who are vying to have these data centres built in their locations. I know Tasmania is very keen to have a number of data centres built down there. And I think when we look at our economy and look forward to our economy over the next 10, 20, 30 years, there is no doubt about it that we need more diversification of our economy. We've got a very diverse economy now, but we don't want to rest on that. We want to keep looking for ways to keep having that economy diversified, and data centres may well be that way. Certainly there's good economic reasons you might want a data centre built. Again, long-term running data centres, probably not as good for an economy as that initial build process, but that's not a reason not to go ahead with it. It's a good enough reason to have a look at it. And I thought we had a lot of good advantages, although last week there was one maybe that wasn't quite as strong as I thought it was, because we've got the res, we've got industrial land zoned appropriately, we've got water. I did think we had a really strong geological situation, but of course we had that little minor earthquake last week, which may not be quite as positive as I thought it might have been, although 2.8 on the Richter scale. I talked to my sister who lives in New Zealand, and she laughed at 2.8. She said they have 2.8 Richter scale earthquakes for breakfast over in New Zealand. So 2.8 probably isn't that bad in terms of the geology that we've got out here. But again, I'm not the expert on all this. I'd love our General Manager to come up with some processes to see how we are positioned, how we can take advantage of that. And if there's anything else we could do without expending a lot of money that might be able to help us take full advantage of this, again, once in a generation opportunity we've got. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cowley.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. And I genuinely am very torn about this, because I support the intention of the motion in terms of long-term economic development for our patch, but I'm also pretty keen on protecting our natural resources and our community resources. I think we'd be very foolish not to try to position ourselves for investment as much as we can from the res, given that it's been dumped in our patch whether we like it or not, and there are opportunities that come from that. But my instinct, rookie that it is that we should hasten slowly. Putting together a report before the federal guidelines have come out, I wonder if that wouldn't render at least part of that report obsolete, wouldn't it? That would be a question. But we'll get a look at those national guidelines early next month, I believe, when they're put to the states and territories. So wouldn't it be better to just hold our horses until we know what those guardrails look like in terms of data centres, and particularly when it comes to the use of state significant agricultural land and our precious water resources. So I'd like to see a report on how we position ourselves in terms of this coming infrastructure, but I would like to see us in the driver's seat rather than the passenger seat.
Thank you. Further debate, councillors. Councillor Toynton.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So we're looking at these data centres now. We need to be perfectly careful here that our decisions tonight don't impact the whole of New South Wales. When we look at a little bit of research into data centres and just how power hungry they are, as well as the water required to cool them. Now we're saying, oh, it's all right, we've got an abundance of renewable power here. Now, this is where I'm actually confused and conflicted with. We're told that the RES would lower power prices. It would supply an abundance of electricity. Now, if there's an abundance of something, that something is cheap. Anyone who's ever sold grain would know that. When you're buying it to put it in the ground, it's expensive. When you sell it, there's a glut and it's worth nothing. Power is no different. Now, I don't think we should be supporting data centres everywhere to say, oh, let's burn that cheap electricity rather than give it to the people of New South Wales and indeed of Australia, but those mainly in the central west Arana res that are going to deal with this. So I think this is something that I can't support this. I can't support rolling out the red carpet for something that's going to burn electricity that has a different meaning. Like the res got in with, okay, it'll give you cheap power, it's clean, it's zero emissions, it's all the good and fluffy stuff and it's wonderful. Oh, okay. Now it's for, so is it for cheap power, renewable power, zero emissions power? Now it's, data centres that will burn that power there rather than allow you to have it cheap. And the problem then is if the government of the day turns around and says, we'll lower power prices, well, that makes data centres more viable to go and build more of them. So more demand on grid power, more prices that the people of Australia inevitably have to wear. Now, I recently got my power bill and there was a thing there that had a thing about solar. Now, I don't have solar on my property. But the feed-in tariffs have been reduced to almost nothing because there's such an abundance of power in the grid already that the electricity company said, thank you if you're generating it, but we don't want it, we've got enough. Well, if there is an oversupply, it should be cheap, and I don't think we should be using it on a data centre. I think it should be, if it's an excess of power, the people who've got to look at this stuff and be in this area and are most impacted by it should see a benefit of it. So while I appreciate the intent of data centres, I can only see them as a building that's just going to waste electricity that would be better off in the grid as an oversupply where it could be sold cheap to the people of New South Wales. Thank you.
Thank you. Further debate, councillors. Councillor Wright.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'm happy to support it purely out of curiosity. I think if the federal government's coming up with a policy setting, then I'm keen to see how we can take advantage of it. People probably maybe they are or are not aware there's already a data centre in Dubbo. It's been operating for about 3 years now, tucked over in West Dubbo. Many people probably wouldn't even know it's there, but I'm hoping this report can tell us what sort of land would be suitable for that, where those land that opportunities might be located. I'm just even looking at that motion. I can't see a day or a month or when that report would be brought back towards council. Maybe it could align with when the federal government brings forward its detail for the next month. But nevertheless, yeah, I'm happy to see what opportunities there are. Maybe there are none, but I'm not going to knock it on the head without knowing. So.
Thank you. Further debate, Councillor Ivey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I'll support the motion. Look, the growth of data centres is going to be beyond whatever happens in our regional council area. The growth in data centres is already quite significant and it's only going to increase. So given that there will be a greater demand for data centres, doesn't it make sense to site those data centres somewhere near where the power is being generated rather than generate the power, put it down a transmission line, and perhaps increase the demand for transmission lines and have it at an area on the coast where there isn't that power generation. So I think really just that empirical analysis says that, well, why not investigate and see whether or not we can locate, it's feasible to locate data centres closer to the source of power, because that just makes sense in terms of economy and also lessens the demand for large-scale transmission lines. Thank you.
Thank you. Further debate, councillors. I'll just quickly say, look, I won't support this due to the inclusion of the large-scale data centres. It's like the federal government, as Councillor Cowley said, are pumping the brakes on this, and they announced the proposed national framework for large-scale data centres with mandatory requirements expected to cover power, grid connection, energy efficiency and water use. And one of the things that concerns me out our way is the potential water use. I've read a fair bit of stuff lately that's come out to do with this, and the diesel and gas-fired backup power generators, when they fire them up, a bit like a jet engine taking off. And when you look at how many jobs, there's numerous jobs in construction, but there's not all that many ongoing jobs. So it's the large-scale data centres concerns me greatly with the water use and the diesel and gas-fired backup generators, the noise that they cause in places that they're being positioned. So, look, I'm happy to wait for federal government guidelines, what they come out with, but I just can't support this at the moment. Thank you. Further debate, councillors. There being none, we go back to the mover for a right of reply. Councillor Dickerson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I was very clever when I wrote this motion. I didn't put a date that I expected the. That's right, and modest. I didn't put a date that I expected the General Manager to come back with, knowing full well the Australian Government was coming out with various guidelines. And I'd actually argue they're not pumping the brakes on this. They're making the announcement to say that we've got to go forward and we want to make sure we've got some good guidelines in place. The way I wrote this motion was to give our General Manager the time available to him to make sure that he's got all the available information. I'd probably be disappointed if he took 3 years to come back with this particular report, but if it needs to be next month or the month after, wait till the guidelines come out, wait till the information's available. That's exactly why I didn't ask for this report to come back in a specific month, because I thought that the General Manager would need some time with those guidelines, but in the meantime, there can be some research done and some work done. So there's a motion on the books ready to go forward and look at it. And wouldn't that make a lot of sense to go and see what's out there? Exactly as Councillor Ivey said, we are generating a significant amount of power here, and we will be generating a huge amount of power here. So it probably makes sense to have some things that are going to be needing power, and there's no reason they can't be charged more for their power than average residents. Again, so you're not putting that demand on and making it dearer for everyone. You can charge them and then subsidise other people's bills. There's a whole range of options there associated with it. I think the important part here is that we want to be seen to be forward-looking. We want to be seen to be progressive. We want to be seen to be taking advantage of things that are happening on the national scale. What a fantastic opportunity for Dubbo to be seen to be leading the way nationally in conjunction with what the federal government is doing. There is a whole range of work being done on things like the usage of water. Certainly the water that might be used by a data centre is like the water that might be in the radiator of an old-fashioned ICE car, where it's actually circulating that water. It's not actually using water. You might need water to begin with, but that water will circulate through the data centre rather than pumping water and wasting that water. So not a huge amount of water being wasted, but different things are being proposed, different ideas, different technologies. Wouldn't it be great to be at the very beginning of all of that and making sure that we are there, not rolling out the red carpet, as Councillor Toynton said, but saying, let's have a look at that. Mr. General Manager, can you please have a look at what is potentially available there for us? And as Councillor Wright said, there's a data centre in Dubbo now. Most people don't know about it. I remember being at the opening of that data centre, and you just drive past, it looks like a warehouse. People aren't necessarily aware of that. And it's in industrial land, so it's logically where it would go. I don't think they're being talked about putting these out on agricultural land. There is enough industrial land zoned that way that a lot of these data centres could be in those industrial areas. So asking for a report, being strategic, looking forward to what might be better for our LGA, all makes a lot of sense to me, and then potentially give us some competitive advantage for our LGA in the totality by being so forward-looking and visionary, dare I say it.
Thank you. Councillor Cowley, is this a point of order?
No, it's not a point of order. May I ask a question though?
No, because we've finished the. It'd have to be.
Well,
a point of order.
can we not?
It'd have to be a point of order under the rules. Governance. We'll put that motion. Please open the voting. Councillor Ryan's in favour. So that's going to be carried to. Oh, Councillor Cowley. Oh, hang on. In favour? Okay, we'll say in favour. No, a point of order, is it? Well, we haven't called the vote yet. How do you change the vote on hit refresh and vote again? There you go. All right. That's in favour? In favour. Okay, so that will be carried 2, 4, 5, 6 votes to 5. Next up, we have 9.9 visual impacts of renewable energy projects. I'll now move my motion, and it reads the following. 1, that the Mayor writes to the New South Wales Minister for Planning and Public Spaces, the Honourable Paul Scully MP, raising the following. Point 1. Concerns with the current process for the assessment of visual impacts of renewable energy projects, and in particular solar farms in the Dubbo Regional Local Government Area. 2, the need for a review of the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure large-scale solar energy guideline and technical supplement for landscape character and visual impact assessment to improve planning processes and mitigation measures of solar farm developments. Point 3 of 1. The landscape treatments, landscape treatments are provided with mature species and planted where possible prior to construction activities for solar farm developments. And 4.4 for 1, that the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure undertake development compliance activities of existing solar farm approvals in the Dubbo Regional Local Government area to ensure conditions of development approvals are being met. And point 2, that the Mayor invites the New South Wales Minister for Planning and Public Spaces, the Honourable Paul Scully MP, to visit and witness firsthand the poor outcomes being delivered by the current approvals process in relation to visual impact mitigation for solar farm developments. I have someone to second that, please. Councillor Toynton, thank you. Just very quickly, look, it's pretty much goes through all of it there. The visual impact of solar farms is one of the main problems in our local government area. We're hearing that tonight from a lot of people and all of the time. What can be done to beef up the guidelines that the New South Wales Government puts out with relation to mitigation of visual impacts? A lot of that might be to do with planting more trees, a lot more trees. What are the compliance activities like on existing solar farms? We look at the ones that I noticed out at Suntop. They've planted a heap more trees out there the other day when I drove past. And invite the Minister out here to have a bit of a look at our local government area, because we are, as everyone says, Central West Orana, we're the epicentre, and there's going to be a lot more solar projects along the 132 kV essential energy line between Dubbo and Wellington on each side of the road. So when I look at the Manor Solar Farm, Forest Glen, how it's pretty much screened from everyone, I don't think there were any complaints there apart from a bit of dust from traffic and the impact of potholes from the trucks on the road. So what can be done to beef up the current guidelines and invite the Minister out here to have a look, because it won't just flow through to our area, but it'll go through to all other areas in the state where, as we've talked about, renewables will just keep being rolled out everywhere. Thank you. Further debate, councillors? There being none, we'll put that. Governance, please open the voting. Please cast your votes. Councillor Ryan is in favour, carried unanimously. Next we have 9.10, improving cemetery amenity through solar shade infrastructure. Councillor Dickerson, would you like to move your motion?
So moved.
And seconded. Councillor Chowdhury. Councillor Dickerson, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is one thing, I started thinking about a few things, and the recent toilet tender that we went ahead with for a couple of our cemeteries, I thought was good to improve the amenity and encourage people to visit the cemeteries that we have, and that was only a couple of cemeteries obviously, but encourage people to visit our cemeteries, spend more time with their former loved ones. And I have spoken to people who have been at the graveside burials and they're out in the sun for a long period of time, and then they try and get back to wherever they're going after that because they're out there for so long. So I started thinking about, on the back of the toilets, which I know Councillor Wells is very keen on, started thinking about how we could provide some shade, but that costs money and it's expensive. And then the project out of the airport started me thinking down a different line where we're building shade structure for cars and putting solar panels on top to cover the cost of that and generate some income. So I thought, well, wouldn't people visiting graves be more important than cars parked at the airport? So I started thinking maybe it would be a good way to put some shade at some of our cemeteries. Now we've got 21, I think there was a change there because of Yeovil. So we had, I think, 22 and then it's back to 21 now. So we've got a number of cemeteries. I'm not saying that we'd go across all of them, 21 back to 20. I'm not saying we'd go across all of them. I'd probably go to the larger cemeteries. But again, this is just asking for a report. Is it feasible? How would it look? Would we be able to do it in a way that showed dignity to the graves that were there? Obviously, we have to be very careful where we'd put pylons to make sure we weren't impacting any of the graves that were there. It might only be applicable for some of our graves. It might be applicable for more of our cemeteries, or some of them, those cemeteries. But again, this is one of those ones where let's get a report on that, on the viability of this. The cost could be covered by the electricity generated by solar. And there's a lot of discussion around not taking away prime agricultural land, which is a logical thing not to want to do when we talk about constructing solar. And when you look at a cemetery, there are large expanses of open land that obviously are not used for anything but for people to come and honour our former citizens, our former friends and relatives. So that large expanse of open land logically could be used for generating some power whilst providing some shade for people that are visiting those cemeteries. So I understand it's a bit left field. I questioned myself whether I should even bring it forward when I thought about it and put a few pieces together. And I thought, well, it's a report. Let's have a look at that and let's see how we'd go about it, how we could make it look and how we could be dignified in that process and see how it stacks up financially. So I put it there to you, councillors. I'm interested to see what comes forward with some of the debate around this particular idea.
Thank you. Further debate, councillors. Councillor Ivey.
Yeah, look, I'm in favour of the motion, although I must admit I'm sceptical of the outcome. I'd love to see it succeed, but I wonder, so you put the solar panels up and you generate electricity, that's only any use if you can then use that electricity either by selling it back to the grid or using it for on site. Now, I presume there's not much use for power on site, so you've therefore got to be able to sell it back to the grid. And I just wonder whether, for the average cemetery, that would be easy to do. But that's not a reason for not doing it, not supporting this motion and not preparing a report. Because again, as Councillor Dickinson said, let's start to look a bit left field. Let's start to look a bit forward. Let's look at ways we can actually be innovative and produce benefits for our overall LGA. So, in that for that reason, yes, I very much support the motion.
Councillor Toynton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I cannot believe that this is something that we're considering. We're attempting to monetise and turn a person's final resting place into a power station to, as we go on our power bills, feed 3 cents per kilowatt into the grid. I'm all in favour of constructing shade, but it has to be in a way that's dignity. Shade, and shade only, not with the secondary of power generation, not of promoting green, not green energy, just something that's purely that dignifies a final resting place, which is a cemetery. My view is the only people who should be making money off a cemetery are funeral directors and monumental masons. I will not be supporting this.
Thank you. Further debate, councillors. Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My concern is that if we do put solar panels up at cemeteries, everybody knows we have a crime problem. So is that going to exacerbate the crime problem? Are they going to go in and smash the solar panels and then decide they're going to smash some graves at the same time? Would it create an issue that way, that it would just invite people into the cemetery that really shouldn't be there?
Thank you. Councillor Wells.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm actually in support of this motion for a number of reasons. One, if it's a shade that turns into an opportunity to generate some power, that could then power the lights that are on site or at the toilet amenities. If there's an opportunity to have shade in a cemetery, I would support that, given that we've got a very hot area. We don't have enough trees out there. I've seen plenty of services in our cemeteries where people and elderly people have had to be given chairs because they have got too unwell from standing in the heat. And this is a report. This is simply a report exploring whether we can do this or not. So I'm absolutely happy to support.
Thank you. Councillor Cowley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know that Councillor Dickinson is going to roll his eyes at me because I voted against his previous motion to explore opportunities, but I think this is a cracking idea for the reason that it does promote shade, and having stood around at some graveside services in the summer, I think that anything that we can do to provide shade, as Councillor Wells said, is a great idea. Why not? Why not explore this? I think it's innovative. I like it.
Further debate, councillors. Councillor Butler.
Yes, thank you. Look, I think shade's a good idea. I certainly do. I just feel a little bit uncomfortable with the idea of maybe appearing somewhat mercenary by putting solar panels on them. That does concern me a little bit, but I certainly like the idea of thinking of people's comfort. I'm just wondering how that would happen in real time on the ground, in the sense that the time that I've been to the funerals, generally it's at the graveside, and the funeral directors often have some sort of like a tent or something to shade the actual people from the family, close members, etc. So shade is obviously taken into factor, but I mean, my understanding from the motion is that the shade would be like a permanent structure somewhere, So I'm not quite sure how that would help people in a funeral. That's all. I'm just trying to visualise that. Maybe that's something Councillor Dickinson could explain. But yeah, look, I like the one sense that he's thinking outside the box, and that's good too. I guess with the way that solar is these days, I probably wouldn't mind a break from it. Wouldn't mind, rather than going somewhere and seeing it again, so to speak, even in a sacred space. And it's more of a question than a statement. Does it send a message that we're trying to industrialise a sacred space? I mean, that's more the question than a statement, if that makes sense. So I'm a little bit torn, not sure which way to go on this one at this point, but maybe I listen to the right reply and then see how that goes.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Probably a little bit like Councillor Butler, just understanding how the concept of this would work. I know it's a little bit out of left field, but I'd probably be more happy to support this than I would if you brought forward an idea about composting at the cemetery. But regardless, this one's probably a little bit leaning towards something that I'd be willing to accept. But I'm interested also to hear your right reply. Thanks.
Thank you. Further debate. I'll just quickly say, look, very innovative, and I looked up a couple of places around the world, the one in France there, where they've done it, but there's just too many question marks for me, I think, on this, including how might you get the backhoe in to dig the graves with permanent shade structures there. Look, I think we probably should try and cover all warehouses and car parks before we look at the cemeteries. You'd obviously have to have a battery there, I'd imagine, to make it worthwhile. But look, it's just too many question marks for me on this one, but it is very innovative. Thank you. Anything further? Anyone hasn't said anything before we go back to the mover? No, we'll go back to the mover. Councillor Dickinson.
Thanks, Noel. That was interesting. I wasn't sure how it would go, and interesting comments from a range of councillors. So I suppose the important parts there, in answer to your question, Mr Mayor, too many question marks. I agree. There are a number of question marks that I have for it as well. I did have some discussions with our staff to see how we would do things like get the backhoe in to be able to dig under there, and the pictures that I saw from overseas when I researched a bit further, they were just built high enough so that people could bring in equipment and bring in backhoes. So that could be addressed. Again, does that make it too expensive? I don't know. So let's have a look at that in this report. Councillor Butler, again, the idea would be that the solar panels would be built over the cemetery so that when there was a burial there, you would already be under shade. So you wouldn't need a funeral director to bring in shade, because typically that shade, a bit like Councillor Wells and Councillor Kelly were talking about, sometimes you'll have people there with that shade, but it's only a certain size, so then other people are standing around, and sometimes people become very hot or they need to leave, or they do collapse. I've been to funerals where people have collapsed, not from necessarily grief, but from just sitting or standing out in the sun for too long. So there are all those issues that I think could be covered with all of that. I don't feel that it's mercenary. I think as councillors, we have to do the best possible job we can to look after the finances of every ratepayer in this community. And there is a cost to run our cemeteries, there's no doubt about that at all, despite the fact that, yes, funeral directors and people who make the monuments make some money out of it as well. We've still got to be able to generate some income from everything we do in the best possible way. So if there's a way for us to cover the cost of shade structure and make it neutral cost to us, that sounds pretty good. If it generates a little bit more income and that helps all of the people that are still living in our community, that sounds pretty good as well. I think, to Councillor Ivy's point, I think that typically we could generate that power not necessarily used on site, although I did like the idea of lighting, but it doesn't have to be used on site. We can provide power to other facilities that council owns in the LGA, and it'll be wonderful to cover every warehouse, every building in the LGA, but we can only control council buildings. I think we've pretty much covered most of the big buildings that we own, so we probably haven't got a lot left there. So I suspect that doing something around this large open area around cemeteries might be an interesting way to do it. But I would very much, if this goes ahead, I very much look forward to the report to see how some of those issues could be addressed and what might come out of it. Nothing might come out of it. It might be an idea that was not worth very much, but maybe something comes out of it. Maybe there are certain cemeteries that could be used and maybe not others. So I'd encourage my fellow councillors to support it and to see what comes back from our staff.
Thank you. Governance, please open the voting. Councillors, please cast your votes. Councillor Cowley. Councillor Ryan's against. Carried 6 votes to 5. Next up we have 9.11, request for pedestrian cycle access across the new Dubbo Bridge. I'll move that. That the Mayor write to the Commonwealth Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government and the New South Wales Minister for Roads and Regional Transport requesting provision of Commonwealth and or New South Wales Government funded pedestrian and cycle access across the Macquarie River on or near the new Dubbo Bridge. Look, seconded by Councillor Wells, thank you. Oh, look, it's pretty self-explanatory there. Those councillors who were on last term sat in a meeting, I think it was down here, and heard from an then director that when asked why wasn't there access for pedestrian and cycle across the bridge, don't know where people would be coming from or going to, considering that it's going to be 15,000 people up to living over in the Northwest Precinct in a few years. We're going to need cycle and pedestrian access across that bridge. People are going to walk across it anyway, so we might as well try and make it safe. I've had a bit of a Google around, and obviously the cheapest way to do it is when they're building the bridge. It should have been included, obviously, but there's ways that you can cantilever off the side of the bridge with large, like bolt-on or welded-on or whatever apparatus, frames, to actually have pedestrian and cycle access and make it safe for everyone. Considering the bridge was funded 80% by the feds and 20% by the state, we should ask both. There's some Get Active grants. New South Wales, there was $50 million for that, for active transport last year. I don't know if they go up to like $5 million or whatever the cost might be, but no harm in asking for this. But anyway, if we don't ask, we won't get, so we better start the ball moving on that. Thank you. Councillor Dickerson.
So I remember some of those meetings that we had discussions with previously, and certainly Transport New South Wales said they weren't putting it on the side, which did seem like the logical thing to do, but I think that ship has sailed now. But I thought they gave us an agreement that they would build a pedestrian bridge that went across the river down that end so that people could get from the new estate, the new southwest area, to the riverbank, if you like, across to where the netball courts were around that area. I thought we had agreement from them that they were going to build a pedestrian bridge there, not as part of that bridge, but as a separate project altogether, which I think is probably, in some respects, a better outcome, because it's a long bridge, and so people walking from the bridge all the way across, unless you had various spots to come off, it'd be a long way to go on the bridge. So I thought that was an outcome we'd already achieved, and that seemed like a better outcome.
Before I throw to the staff, my recall of that was that the then director said that council can apply and that Transport will support the application, is what I recall. But throw to the staff, someone may have some corporate memory that's in this room now. The General Manager.
Thank you, man. Through you, Director of Infrastructure.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not aware of any agreement to that. I know there was initial discussions about it, but not certainly committing to building a bridge over Macquarie River. We can do we'll do a bit of background checking just to check that, but yeah, that's certainly not what I'm aware of. And I've just got a little thing from another manager there that says that they're not aware of that either, who was part of that those discussions.
So,
Councillor Dickerson.
Yeah, thank you. So, yeah, I suppose I'd only ask that we check that, because we look a bit silly if we go asking for money and they go, hey, we're already doing it for you. The only thing I would ask, Mr. Mayor, is I think near the new Dubbo Bridge, absolutely, but I don't think we should be asking for it on the bridge, because again, I don't think we're going to get it. I think it doesn't actually make sense to go all the way across that bridge, being the, I think, second longest bridge in New South Wales. I don't think pedestrians would use it to get from the Southwest Precinct over the CBD, because the bridge goes all the way over to effectively North Dubbo. So up to you, of course, but I'd love it to say across the River near the new Dubbo Bridge, and I'd probably use the proper name of the new Dubbo Bridge being the Auntie Pearl Bridge.
Thank you. Further debate, councillors? There being none, I'll just write a reply there. I did actually look up what was on the Transport for New South Wales website, and they still have it as the new Dubbo Bridge, and they sent out an update recently and still had it as that. So until the name's unveiled, I think Transport's still going with that, hence why I use that. I did actually check. Now, the with regards to the bridges, look, Transport will work out what they're going to do. I'm sure they're not going to be dictated to by us, but one of the concerns I would have, and I expressed it at the time a few years ago, was that if you had like a low-level bridge, who's going to want to walk across there when it's dark? I certainly wouldn't. But look, I'm sure at Transport New South Wales, they have heaps of people, bureaucrats that are experts in people getting around. They move us all around the place, so I'm sure that they will work it out, and there's probably enough wriggle room there for them to work out what they're going to do. We'll put that motion. Governance, please open the voting. Please cast your votes. Councillor Ryan has a thumbs up. Carried 10 votes to 1. Next, we move on to reports. Section 10, reports from council officers. Do I have someone to move 10.1, which is planning proposal R24-006, part 2, zoning and minimum lot size amendments, lot 2, DP 1261522 Sheraton Road, Dubbo. Moved by Councillor Chowdhury, seconded by Councillor Wright. Councillor Chowdhury, would you like to speak to your motion?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any debate, councillors? There being none, we'll put that. Governance, please open the voting. Please cast your votes. Councillor Ryan's a thumbs up. Carried unanimously. Next, we have 10.2, results of public exhibition, minimum lot size amendments, planning proposal R24-005, 34L Pinedale Road, Dubbo. Do I have someone to move that, please? Moved by Councillor Chowdhury, seconded by Councillor Cowley. Councillor Chowdhury, would you like to speak to your motion?
No, pretty straightforward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ivey.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just a question. Why 5 hectares? Why not 1 hectare? Or why not a range? Give the owner the option of a range from 5 hectares to 1 hectare? I mean, as I say, what's the rationale to dictate 5 hectares?
The General Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, Director of Development and Environment.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thanks for the question, Councillor Ivey. The East Dubbo R5 zoned area is a interesting area on a number of areas, a number of aspects as well. It's got a range of lot sizes in there. Firgrove Estate is in there at the 1.5 hectares. We've also got the Daisy Hill estate, which is just to the south of 34L Pinedale Road as well, and it has a very similar minimum lot size to Firgrove Estate. And then Richmond Estate is in that area, and then basically the balance of the land of the lands has a minimum lot size of 8 hectares. The Daisy Hill planning proposal, the planning proposal for the Daisy Hill land just to the south of this land, it took around about 7 years to move through the planning process. One of the very key aspects of that process was the consideration of salinity on Troy Creek. So basically, all of that land area, or a large area up in the east, flows down into Troy Gully, and there's always that question mark on salinity impacts in Troy Gully. With the planning proposal for Daisy Hill, for that land to the south, the Department of Planning at the time, back in 2017, 2018, when it was gazetted, their consideration was that our land use strategy, our residential areas land use strategy, basically didn't sort of hold up in terms of maintaining 8 hectares in that area. But obviously, on the other hand, balancing salinity impacts and planning impacts, having a whole area that's 1.5 hectares wouldn't be the right planning outcome we'd be after either. So through some further discussions with the proponent, what we've arrived at is basically the difference there. The current planning controls for the land could achieve 5 lots. And the proposed planning controls could achieve 8 lots. So it's a net gain of 3 lots. So given there's no town water to this land, we didn't consider salinity impacts being significant, like we were concerned about with the land at Daisy Hill to the south as well. So that's basically some history as to where we've arrived at that, Councillor Ivey.
Further, Councillor Ivey? Further debate, councillors? I'll just quickly say, look, I'm not going to vote for this one because I had some questions when it came up previously that it's 8 hectare minimum lot size next door, and this one here going down to 5, it's like, well, it seems to work well at 8 for all the others, so don't know why we'd want to change this one here down to 5. So just based on sort of what's around it, I'll vote against this one. Anything further, councillors? No, we go back to Councillor Chowdhury. Right, or reply to anything? No. Governance, please open the voting. Please cast your votes. Councillor Ryan's against. It's carried 6 votes to 5. The next item is 10.3 smart meter testing results, moved by Councillor Butler, seconded by Councillor Richardson. Councillor Butler, would you like to speak to that?
Just briefly. I just thank you for doing the testing. That was good. Much appreciated. Yeah, interesting result that came up, and it looked like majority of the meters were pretty much on par. They weren't too far off. They were within reason, shall we say. And that was to me a little bit surprising. Did notice some whopping bills there where you had 1,000% increases and things like that, and I thought, wow. But apparently it was to do with the previous being estimated, so the comparator wasn't really a fair comparison. So that was good to clear all that up. There was one meter I noticed that came in at negative 3.97, and I thought that was a bit of a technicality. That's about 4%, as in my book. If you did it to one significant figure, it's 4%. So, but all the same, there was only one fail. So that's it. But thank you for the report and all that. Just the comments there. But a question I do have arising out of it is, I just felt it seems to me unfair or unreasonable to charge $800 for a resident to have their meter tested. If indeed, I mean, that would be, I believe, a barrier to someone who, let's say they suspected their meter was misreading and they thought, look, I'd really like to get it tested because I've got all this evidence to show that it didn't, I haven't used this much and now I do, and there is no leak and that sort of thing. Because obviously in some of those cases, the excess usage of 26 kilolitres or whatever it was because of a leak. And it makes perfect sense. But if you have a situation like, and the reason I mentioned it because I have that came to me, where they didn't have a leak and yet they still had a huge bill, and it wasn't from a prior estimation, and they wanted it tested, but especially if you're a pensioner type person, you're not going to gamble $800, which is your pay for the week, because you are fairly convinced that your meter is misreading. So I think, is there, and this may be the question part of what I'm asking, is there a way that we could make it a bit more accessible for someone of low income to, given that they have genuine, maybe we could have it so that they look at the evidence and yes, there's evidence that there may be a meter issue. To me, it's a real gamble. You put this thing into council, you say, look, here's my evidence, and then they come back and say, no, you didn't have evidence, here's your $800 bill. That just sounds really rough. So is there some way we could somehow make that a bit more accessible or fairer, or however you want to call that? Thank you.
To the General Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you to the Director of Infrastructure.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Would just like to talk about, there's 2 different types of testing that we do. The one that we did for this report was the flow testing. So that's where we uncouple the smart meter or the water meter. We put a calibrated flow meter on that, and that's where we're comparing the flow through the meter to through the water meter to the flow meter. And the bucket is really just there as a visual to make sure that it all makes sense. So it's really comparing those 2 numbers. The $800 testing or meter testing, that's more than just doing what we do there. So that's actually taking the meter out. So it's time for staff to go remove the meter, put a new meter in, so it's at full cost. When we take a meter out to get it analysed, it then becomes out of service. So it's a cost of removing the meter, then not using that meter again, as well as the NATA accredited laboratory testing that we need to pay for to get that tested at that level. So there are two different levels of testing that we actually do. It's this flow meter one that we've done as part of this report, which is at no cost to council, no cost to the customer, sorry, cost to council. And just so people are aware, prior to this notice of motion coming up, we'd actually had done 18 of these tests through the escalation process of people querying their bills. So that was done again, I'll repeat it, at no cost to the customer. It's really those ones where we've provided that evidence to say, here's the flow meter, here's the water meter, within tolerance of that plus or minus 4%. If you're still not happy with that, that's where you would then go to that stage of taking it to a NATA accredited laboratory, and that's the $800 fee for that, if that makes sense.
Councillor Butler, further question? No. Thank you. Further debate, councillors? I'll just quickly say thanks very much to the staff for doing this. It's interesting, some of the reasons why people got huge bills, but that the meters, all of those tested, were all within spec. But I just encourage any ratepayers out there to monitor their water use, but also contact council if there do have any questions. First point of call should always be the water supplier. Councillor Butler, right of reply?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Governance, please open the voting. Please cast your votes. Councillor Ryan, thumbs up. Carried unanimously. Next, we have 10.4 land classification assessment for lots 4459 and 4460 in DP 1326380 Drainage Reserve, Reservoir Avenue, Dubbo. Someone to move that, please. Councillor Wright, seconded by Councillor Chowdhury. Councillor Wright, would you like to speak to that?
No, thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any debate, councillors? There being none, we'll ask governance to open the voting, please. Please cast your votes. Councillor Ryan's a thumbs up online. Carried unanimously. 10.5, Councillor Conduct Framework Reform. Do I have someone to move that, please? Councillor Butler, seconded by Councillor Chowdhury. Councillor Butler, would you like to speak to that?
Thank you. Yes, indeed. It's an interesting report. I had a good look at it. I am concerned with a few parts of it, though. Page of 7, it talks about norms and expectations. It talks about something that's beyond implied right of free political communication. It talks about comments that are racial or gendered or demeaning, and it talks about disinformation. All these things, it all sounds good, and it rolls off the tongue a bit, and I think it's a nice little bit of virtue signalling. But again, very poor policy, I believe. What this is woolly to the extreme. There is no real definition of anything, and that's what they seem to have prided themselves in, that, we've done this document that has no definitions, basically. And my concern for that is that then you can make of it what you will, and that you could get, vexatious things that actually stand, because like in the case of page 7 where it talks about disinformation, according to who? I mean, who is the arbiter of all truth in regards to what's disinformation? Now, I certainly seen things where I've seen stuff from, institutional bodies that I would consider great disinformation. And yet, who's going to stand in judgment and say, Councillor so-and-so, you've misconduct because you've given disinformation? Well, according to who? See, this is what I'm trying to say. It's not good policy. You need to actually do some anchoring of concept to something. This is just like some woolly float off in the sky thing. So not real happy with this. And then there's this trial by jury. Well, I mean, they call it a panel of peers, but I mean, let's see what it really is. So what I'm concerned about here is that, you know, it's sort of up to whoever. And I mean, in our modern day society, views are very disparate, and you get people on both ends of the spectrum of virtually any hot button issue you can care to name. And see, this is not just, you know, sort of whether the garbage goes out 3 times a week. This is actually, we're talking about getting councillors pulled in front of some sort of, you know, discipline procedure or something. If you're going to nail somebody on something, you want to have a clear guideline. So, and then very disturbing, page 10, 6.1. Oh, we're going to compel you to answer. I mean, what is this, Orwell's all over again? I mean, we do seem to have a modern day society where they're just getting drunk on this sort of, you know, thou wilt. We're actually losing freedoms. We're going backwards in time. You know, we fought for freedoms. And you know, Jordan Peterson is fairly famous around the traps these days. But one of the things he decried when he left, well, he didn't leave, but he was accosted by his university because he wouldn't use pronouns. They basically said, no, you're compelled. This is compelled. So we've got to be really tread careful. I'm just asking people, tread carefully. When you see language like compelled answers, I mean, this is not the Gulag Archipelago, all right? So what I'm concerned about is a number of these things, like I said, are far too woolly to be good policy. And there's even greater concerns where it starts talking about compelled answers. So, look, I definitely couldn't vote for this. This is a very disastrous bit of, I don't know what you'd call it, policy, for want of a better word. And I just ask my councillors if they would just think deeply upon what they're actually signing up to. Thank you.
Thank you. Further debate, councillors? There being none, we'll put that. Please open the voting. Please cast your votes. Councillor Ryan is a yes. Carried 10 votes to 1. Next, we have questions on notice. We've got 11.1, Australian Local Government Association National General Assembly from Councillor Ivey. Does anyone have any clarifying questions? Councillor Ivey.
I'd just like to ask that is it not recognised amongst the staff or amongst the body generally that someone should have been given, or it would have been good if this council could have been represented at that conference. And the other question is that I'd like to ask is, how come that didn't happen? I mean, I know to be quite honest, I didn't think the explanation given was adequate, because I raised the question is that Councillor Toyton, I think, discovered on the Thursday that he couldn't go. I guess it had to be something fairly serious to come up that he couldn't go, although he could attend the council meeting that was on the Tuesday, so he wasn't out of interstate or anything. But even on Thursday, why was not an email sent round explaining the circumstances, saying, well, no, it's pretty short notice, but is there anyone available who would like to go, because we think it's important that this council be represented at that very important National Congress. And I find it surprising that action wasn't taken, and I just perhaps ask, why wasn't it taken?
The General Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I think it was the requirements in order to try and call a special meeting in order for us to have a nominee representing the Mayor was probably the reasoning that we weren't able to put it out for other councillors. In terms of staff, sorry, I'll get a bit close to the microphone. The rationale was the tightness of time frame, the fact that we already had a conflicting ordinary council meeting taking place on the day of the National Assembly itself, coupled with the requirement to try and call a special meeting in order to have a person representing the Mayor at the Alga conference was just too challenging for us to be able to put together in the time that was available. With respect to a team member or staff member being able to represent us, I had only just recently commenced and was focusing my attentions on that ordinary council meeting, and probably wouldn't be appropriate for me to be in Canberra without the without the Mayor accompanying at the same time. So we did put around to the other directors. At that stage, our focus was on that ordinary council meeting, and we weren't able to send a representative to represent us in Canberra for that ALGA conference. We also recognise that it's one of the most well-attended conferences in the country of a lot of councils. So Dubbo Regional Council not being able to attend this particular one, we felt our issues were going to be represented by other councils that were there. And lastly, we've made attention for our next year that when we put out the meeting schedule, that meeting date will be noted as being flexible in order for us to change it in order to try and get to the ALGA conference next year rather than it being conflicting against our council agendas.
Further clarifying questions? There being none, we'll go to 11.2, works on public toilets, Geary. We now have a question on notice from Councillor Kate Richardson with the response to be provided verbally. General Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you to the Acting Director of Community Culture and Places.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. So I don't have a formal construction complete or beginning date for you. The Manager of Recreation and Green Space is currently scoping that project and wanting to do further consultation with the community in Geary before finalising a design that will come back to Council. We have made a commitment that project will be completed by the end of this financial year, however, so work will need to begin relatively soon, yes.
Further clarifying questions? There being none, we move to section 12, comments and matters of urgency. We'll start with Councillor Butler this week.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I just had a bit of a nice one. I just got a lovely news that my niece just had a baby, so we're very excited in our place. So that's a bit of rejoicing. Also enjoyed the Yeovil bridge opening with myself and the Mayor and the General Manager went to. And that was apparently for 140 years that Yeovil, with I think a population of 300, has been in two places, and that you had to actually apply to get buried in the cemetery there if you were down from the deep south, and the cemetery was in the north. So, and apparently it even worked to the point one of the old ladies shared that South Yeovil had electricity before North Yeovil did. So, go figure. So really, but it was a fun day, wasn't it? And so yeah, we really enjoy that. So it's really good for Yeovil to finally experience some sort of unity, I guess you'd call it. But yeah, okay, that's me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dickerson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just a bit of a plug for some Dubbo people at the moment. It came to mind when I was looking at the Commonwealth Games and we saw Danny Barber, a local product there. I had the pleasure of presenting Danny with his Sports Person of the Year award in 2024. So I thought that's fantastic that we've got a Dubbo person there at the Commonwealth Games. Then I started thinking a bit more about a few other people, and then James Glenday came to mind. So we see him on the ABC News most days, and he often has a I Love Dubbo cup sitting on the desk there with the ABC News going across the state. I don't think it's across the nation, that one. It may be across the nation. So I thought that was pretty impressive. And then I found out Lindsay Wilson, who most people would know from a golfing background, but Lindsay Wilson's got a bit part in Odyssey, a $335 million movie, and Lindsay Wilson has got a very minor part of that, but he'll appear at the end of the credits there. Another Dubbo, like his parents still live here in Dubbo, so that was pretty impressive. And then, of course, State of Origin, Isaiah Yeo, great Dubbo product, captain the Blues, Matt Burton and Tony Staggs obviously played in that. So lots of Dubbo people doing things on the state, the nation and the international scale. So I thought that was pretty impressive for a small city, a small Dubbo Regional Council to have all those people in the last month featuring around the state, around the nation and literally internationally with Danny Barber, with some hopes that Danny will be part of a team sprint gold. So we'll have another gold medal. I think the last gold medal we had from Commonwealth Games was probably Megan Dunn from Dubbo. So yeah, fairly impressive there. And I can't forget, of course, a future State of Origin player, Rex Bathingwaite, who recently made his debut for an NRL club from Dubbo here, obviously, and future State of Origin, I'm definitely told there. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Cowley. Thank you. Councillor Richardson.
Thank you. Just a couple of things. So this Saturday is the Ag Fair out at Nyngan, if anyone wants to come for a drive out there and have a look. Haven't been out before, so should be an interesting day. I Councillor Dickerson mentioned the small part that a Dubbo resident played in the Odyssey. I actually went and saw the movie. Heads up, 10 out of 10. No AI used in the movie whatsoever. So it's pretty damn impressive. And the fact that Matt Damon was in the movie for about 95% of the time, which was, pretty good. It wasn't Jacob Elordi. Yeah, so it's a very good movie. It's worth a watch. And hope to see you on Saturday out at Ningen.
Thank you. Councillor Wells.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one thing, I had the opportunity to attend the opening of the Youth Art Mural last Saturday. With my colleagues, Councillor Cowley and Councillor Mayor Black, and it was really good to see that all of the project where the leading artist, and I'm sorry I've forgotten his name, but he was pulling all the projects together from all of these youth that put submissions in, and he had to transfer them onto the wall, and hopefully councillors will get an opportunity to go over and have a look at the project and the display. Those kids were there on the day, all eagerly, just participating in, the launch. But just seeing these little tiny kids and the bigger kids were all part of that project. And it really gave me a heartwarming sense of community to see that, they were all heads that they had to paint, but all very different. And I was just really, really impressed with it. And that's all from me. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Chowdhury.
No, I'm good. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Ivey.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, look, some good things happening in Wellington. At present, we've got the Wellington Eisteddfod underway. It's been it's been an institution in our town for a long, long time, and this year's no exception. So it's a great shout out to the organisers and also the participants who participate in the Eisteddfod. Watts have got their annual production coming up, I think not next month, but in early September. So that's something to really look forward to. I gather it's a bigger and better and more expanded cast than sort of ever before. So it really does reflect a lot of the community interest and community support of the arts section within Wellington. Just on an economic sense, I think since our last meeting, there's been a number of Wellington businesses that have changed hands. The owners have retired, and traditionally, over the last 10 or 15 years, as someone's retired, usually the business has closed down. But there's been great interest in those businesses, and they've changed hands to new and energetic owners, and so that really does augur well, I think, for the what's happening in Wellington. There's a great deal of confidence and a great deal of enthusiasm that's really being manifest now in good things that are happening. The other thing that I might mention, obviously, tomorrow night some of us might be attending the dinner for the exchange students, the Japanese exchange students. So I'm looking forward to catching up with them. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Toynton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll keep it short this week. So at the start of the month, we had the Parade of Nations at the Barrabadeen School. It was really interesting to see just how many different cultures and different nationalities are actually attending that school. Quite impressive to see. It was a really good day out there. Lovely, lovely people. It's a really good school. It's come a long way in the years that it's been there. We had the Wellington Lions bookstore opening, which I attended with the Mayor and our state and federal representatives. If you get a chance, get down there and have a look. It looks like they've finally got themselves a permanent home. They don't need to be decamping every couple of months, so that's really good to see for Wellington. And on a positive note, some very good friends of mine that I worked with a number of years ago when we used to make things that went bang. My good friends Paige and Vic, I'd just like to congratulate those guys on their recent engagement, and I wish you all the very best of your success in the future, and hope to catch up with those guys one day soon. I think that's it for me for this month. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Wright.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Ivey just triggered me to make mention of another Dubbo business, certainly an institution in Dubbo for the last well, since about what 1973, I think it was, so about 53 odd years. But the Barnes family just recently handing over the ownership of their business as well. So Brian and Marie setting the business up, I think, in 1973. Anthony running it for the last 20 odd years. I think he ran it slightly longer than his dad, from what I understand. But certainly an institution in Dubbo as a family owned business, which has now changed hands and a slightly branded name, a different change of name as well. So well done to the Barnes family and their contribution to business in Dubbo. And on that note as well, did attend a Chamber of Commerce event the other day, and they did make mention that this year is the 30th anniversary of their Dubbo Chamber of Commerce Rhino Awards. They'll shortly be sending out for nominations for your favourite businesses that you like to nominate for those awards. I think the awards night's on in November, so it's a little while away. But they'll start collecting names for those awards, and so keep your eyes out and nominate your favourite local businesses for those awards. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, also noting that the sale of the Barnes Sports Store, Brian Barnes, and Anthony has been advocating for a few years now to have the seat removed from out the front, and I'm assured that that's going to be removed sometime between 5 a.m. and 7 a.m. tomorrow. Anyone who would like to go down and witness that. It's just a shame it couldn't happen a little earlier. Just wanted to make mention of, there was a big announcement the other day about the, might have been yesterday, about the new compact between the federal government and local governments to do with, it's not a full return to the 1% federal assistance grants, but it's a start, and the agreement is going to be a 5-year agreement to ensure that roads to recovery funding can be used to purchase plant and equipment to enable councils to carry out their own road maintenance with their own trained workers to the extent possible, support and increase availability of apprenticeships in local government as well as other employment programs in a local government context, and a few other things there. Ensure the government publishes an annual summary of funding for local government, etc., etc. And all of that's come about because of the work led by Rick Furman, the chair of the Country Mayors Association, with the Invest in Us campaign. He hasn't given up on that at all, and it's good to have been part of that board with him, and then take that as a member of the Local Government New South Wales board and get them on side with that, and Darcy Byrne to run that. But also it's probably like a political outcome, really, because the United Services Union, Graham Kelly, the leader of that, has really got on board and pushed that through Labor National Conference. And from a Minister King, who said no, when I asked her about that in an online meeting that the Country Mayors Board had, for her to move that and advocate for it is very good. So that was a good outcome there. Now, I've forgotten about Councillor Ryan online. Hopefully he's still online, and I do apologise if Councillor Ryan is there and wants to say anything. Please speak now.
Yeah, no dramas. Thanks, guys. Look, yeah, just I do want to give a quick shout out to a guy in Wellington. His name is Scott Medlin, better known as Stretch. He put on the first Wellington meet and greet in town 2 months ago, and this guy done it all off his own accord. I mean, he bought the meat out of his own pocket. He organised local musicians to come and sing in the park. He, organised all these different gift bags and lolly bags for kids. And all it was about was getting Wellington residents to come down to the park, have a barbecue and meet each other. Just a simple meet and greet. But for this guy to go out of his own way and out of his own pocket to do this, I think he deserves a huge congratulations and all our support. I know he has got a second one coming up on the 7th of October. He has reached out, and Commonwealth Bank has actually jumped on board, and he's going to donate all the meat that that the guys are going to cook up for this second meet and greet. So, look, a big shout out to Stretch, Scotty Medlin, champion bloke, leading the way with what he does in town. Cheers.
Thank you. Certainly reiterate that. Next up, we're up to confidential matters. The next items for consideration are deemed to be confidential. Under Section 10A of the Local Government Act, the next items, being items 13.1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6, have been identified as likely to be discussed in a closed session of Council. Can I now have someone move us into confidential session to deal with the confidential items? Councillor Cowley, seconded by Councillor Wright. We've had no applications from members of the public to make their representations regarding whether the meeting should be closed to the public. Do any members of the public gallery have any comments to make regarding that? No. I will now open the electronic voting on that matter. Could councillors please cast their vote? Oh, I've got something to ask. Councillor Richardson's voted. Councillor Ryan and Wells. Wells is right. Councillor Ryan. He's there. Yes. Thank you. Carried unanimously. I declare the motion carried unanimously and will move into closed session, the time being 9:14 p.m. The streaming will now be turned off and any members of the public will be asked to leave the chamber. The chamber will be reopened and the live stream restarted after deliberations on these matters with the resolutions to be made public. Please stop the web streaming. Please start the web streaming. The council returned to open session, the time being 10:16 p.m. Welcome back. I now ask the governance officer to play the resolutions from the confidential session. Righto. There are no further items for consideration of the ordinary council meeting, and I declare the meeting closed, the time being 10:18 p.m. The web streaming is now being completed. Thank you for your attendance. Please stop the web streaming.